Hi, Shahat.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, very well.
I'm audible, right? Yes.
అనే ఇప్పుడు కనిపిస్తుందా?
Uh, Absolutely. Vinipistundi. And I still don't see end for me. I think you have to make me the host, co-host, Harish.
చేస్తున్నాం ఇక.
Okay, there is a speaker view and there is a
గ్యా
gallery.
గ్యాలరీ మీద క్లిక్ చేయండి.
Gallery view.
క్లిక్ చేయండి.
క్లిక్ చేశాను.
ఇప్పుడు వచ్చిందా?
స్టాప్ వీడియో అని అదేనా?
లేదు పైన
ఏముంటుంది? ఎండా?
స్పీకర్ వ్యూ మీ క్లిక్ స్పీకర్ వ్యూ అని ఉంది కదా,
ఉంది.
స్పీకర్ వ్యూ స్పీకర్ వ్యూ క్లిక్ చేసినప్పుడు మీకు గ్యాలరీ వ్యూ కనిపిస్తుంది. గ్యాలరీ వ్యూ మీద క్లిక్ చేయండి, అంటే అప్పుడు మీ ఇద్దరు పక్క పక్కలో ఉంటారు.
రైట్. ఉన్నాము. నాకు ఇంకా ఎండ్ బటన్ రాలేదు.
ఎండ్ బటనా? నీకు
నువ్వు ఇంకా రికార్డ్ స్టార్ట్ చేయలే కదా? ఐ థింక్ యూఆర్ నాట్ రికార్డింగ్ ఇట్ యెట్.
నేను హోస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను, ఒక్క నిమిషం.
హెడ్ స్పేస్ ఇస్ గుడ్ కదా? ఫైనలీ
ఇప్పుడు మిమ్మల్ని హోస్ట్ చేశాను నేను, సో మీరు మాత్రం ఎండ్ చేయగలుగుతారు ఇప్పుడు దీన్ని.
yes I can see end in the right bottom and
మీది అయిపోయినాక ఎండ్ మీద క్లిక్ చేయండి, అది అయిపోతుంది. మళ్ళీ ఇంకోసారి అడుగుతుంది, మళ్ళీ క్లిక్ చేసి అయిపోతుంది. హెడ్ రూమ్ ఎక్కువైపోయింది భయ్యా, హెడ్ రూమ్ ఎక్కువైపోయింది.
ఇప్పుడా?
హెడ్ రూమ్ ఎక్కువైపోయింది. కొంచెం కంప్యూటర్ డౌన్ చేయండి.
ఇది ఓకేనా?
యా, బెటర్. ఓకేనా?
డౌన్ అంటే అచ్చా, అలా కాకుండా ఇది
బెటర్, బాగానే ఉంది. ఇది కూడా
అంటే మధ్యలో కూర్చుంటే బెటరా లేకపోతే ఏదైనా అట్లా?
కరెక్ట్ మధ్యలో ఉండాలి మీరు. మధ్యలో మధ్యలో కొంచెం కొంచెం లెఫ్ట్, మీ రైట్కి జరగండి, కొంచెం మీ రైట్కి. ఎస్, పర్ఫెక్ట్.
ఒక్కసారి రెస్ట్ రూమ్కి వెళ్ళొస్తా.
లైటింగ్ ఏమన్నా కొంచెం ఇంక్రీజ్ చేస్తే బెటర్ ఏమన్నా ఫీలింగ్. లైట్లు ఏమన్నా ఇంకా రూమ్ లో లైట్స్ ఉన్నాయి ఏమన్నా?
ఇంకేం లేవు.
అవునా? ఇదే లాస్టా? ఇప్పుడు కనిపిస్తున్నా పక్క పక్కన ఉన్నారు కదా ఇద్దరు. ఇప్పుడు
నువ్వు కూడా ఉన్నావు.
అదే నేను వెళ్ళిపోతా. ఇప్పుడు ముగ్గురం ఉన్నాము. ఇప్పుడు చూడు, ఒక్క నిమిషం ఆగండి. ఇప్పుడు
పక్కన ఉన్నా.
అట్లే ఉంటారు ఇక, అంతే.
కింద మన టీవీ అది పోతుందా?
అది పోదు, అది ఉంటది, కానీ మీ యూట్యూబ్ రికార్డింగ్ లో అది రాదులేండి, అది ఇష్యూ కాదు.
ఓకే ఇప్పుడే వస్తున్నా. 1 సెకండ్, ఇంకా మొదలు పెట్టేస్తాను.
ఓకే.
Sorry.
2 shirts. You said I'll be gentle. Admit you. Okay, that's right.
I'm absolutely ready, Harish. Yes, starting. Okay, na?
ఓకే
Middle.
యా పర్ఫెక్ట్.
Perfect.
సో ఇక నేను ఆపైపోతున్నాను.
నాకు ఒక క్యూ ఇవ్వు. I'm going to do 1 or 2 takes for this, for the introduction, and then we'll go into the interview, Michelle. I want the first take to come well, and then I'll go with the flow.
ఓకే బ్రో, నేను ఆఫ్ అయిపోతున్నాను. ఓకేనా? మీరు మొత్తం మీటింగ్ అయిపోయినాక ఎండ్ చేసేయండి, అయిపోతుంది. ఓకేనా? ఓకే ఓకే బ్రో, మరి ఓకే బాయ్, ఆల్ ది బెస్ట్.
నువ్వు ఒక్క 5 minutes ఉండు హరీష్.
ఉన్నానా? సరే, నేను ఇంటా. ఓకే, నేను ఉంటాను, మీరు చేస్తూ ఉండండి.
నువ్వు నాకు 1 2 3 క్యూ ఇవ్వు. I'll do it. Just let me grab some water. మిషల్ కూడా వస్తుంది. ఒక్కసారి డ్రై రన్ చేసుకుంటా. డ్రై రన్ ఆఫ్ ద
with 1 or 2 books it's better. Is it better?
This just a trial, Michelle. Welcome to my brand new show, Spirit Talks. I'm your favorite host, Sharath, and today...
Yes, you are.
It's good? Welcome to... Oh my God.
You're doing great.
Thank you. Welcome to my brand new show, Spirit Talks. I'm your favorite host, Sharath, and in this show, we will have wonderful spiritual teachers and esoteric leaders of the millennium from different parts of the world who will talk about their spiritual journeys and how they are empowering humanity at large. Today, our guest is a Hollywood actress turned a quantum astrologer and a master shaman. She's an author of a lot of books, and especially the book called Astrology for Enlightenment. And she's as well a humanitarian and traveled the world to spread love, compassion, and wisdom to all people who need such love from the trial. I'm sounding good, right? But I'll be good in the...
Great.
Harish?
You're doing great.
యా బ్రో.
ఫైనా?
యా ఫైన్, అబ్సల్యూట్లీ ఫైన్.
కెమెరా యాంగిల్ చెప్పు నాకు ఎక్కడ పెట్టాలని.
మీరు కరెక్ట్ చూస్తున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు ఎట్లా చూస్తారు అట్లా చూడండి అంతే.
అంటే whenever I have to talk to the audience, I have to look at the camera కదా.
అంతే అంతే అంతే. మీరు జస్ట్ మీ స్క్రీన్ చూడండి, అంతే సరిపోతుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఎట్లా చూస్తున్నారు ఎగ్జాక్ట్ అట్లా చూడండి. ఓకేనా?
ఓకే, నాకు 1 2 3 నాకు 5 కౌంట్ ఇవి. 1 2 3 4 5 అను ఇంకా స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాను. అండ్ గో.
ఓకే బ్రో, ఓకే. 1 2 3 4 5 చెప్పి క్యూ చెప్తాను. అప్పుడు క్యూ చెప్పిన తర్వాత ఒక 10 seconds ఆగి స్టార్ట్ చేయండి.
Michelle, are you also going to guide us into any meditation in the end or after the thing or no?
I'm sorry.
No need of that, right? Are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Are you also guide all of us into any meditation of sorts, or no need of that?
Not really. No, not really. I mean, we can do a journey, but then I would need my drum, and that's going to take like at least 20 minutes, you know?
Yeah, we'll think about that, you know. As we are proceeding in the interview, we can.
Okay.
You can. I mean, if you don't want to do it, that is also okay.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe not today. Yeah.
Okay, bro. Okay, start. 1 2 3 4 5 Q.
Welcome to my brand new show, Spirit Talks. I'm your favorite host, Sharath, and suddenly I blanked out again. I'm sorry. This will be edited as well. Malli you, Harish.
1 2 3 4 5 Cube.
Welcome to my brand new show, Spirit Talks. I'm your favorite host, Sharath. And in this show, we are going to have esoteric journeys and wonderful spiritual journeys of the prominent spiritual teachers and esoteric teachers from different parts of the world who will talk about their spiritual journeys and how they're empowering humanity at large. Today, our guest is a Hollywood actress turned a quantum astrologer and a master shaman. She's author of many books, namely Astrology for Enlightenment and the like. She's a humanitarian and travels the world spreading love, wisdom, and her astrological readings and different subjects. She broaches different subjects regarding astrology and shamanism. She's as well the girl of the past in red from the song, and that'll be a surprise. And she's going to reveal the song. We're going to talk about her that journey as well. And she is the lovely, gorgeous, and amazing mystical shaman herself, Michelle Karen. Michelle, welcome to my show, Spirit Talks. How are you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you so much, Sharath, for having me.
Absolutely. It's such a pleasure and honor for me. It's a privilege to have you on my show, Spirit Talks. And I'm feeling this is an auspicious moment for me. This is the first episode in the series. And I would love to actually ask you a few questions and broach your journey and how you have become this prominent person. And, who was Michelle when she was a child, and how did she traverse her life into different journeys of sorts, from being a simple child to a model to a Hollywood actress to a quantum astrologer and a shaman now. Just we want to know a little bit about yourself. My first question will be, tell me about your childhood. And I read that your origin is both French and Finnish. So we would love that confluence of sorts, and we would love to know, who was Michelle when she was a kid, about your family and your French and Finnish background. Can you tell about that?
Yeah, my father was Finnish and my mother French. They met in London. And I was born in Helsinki in Finland. And when I was 1 year old, we moved to London. My father was a journalist. He worked for Helsingin Sanomat, the biggest Finnish newspaper. And then he was named at the BBC in England for the Finnish program. And when I was 5 years old, we moved to Paris in France. And then when I was 10, we moved to Geneva. When I was 14, we moved to Washington, D.C. in the States. And then we went back to Geneva when I was, 18? And there I went to university in Geneva in Switzerland. And after that, when my parents stopped traveling, I continued and I went to Canada. I went to Los Angeles. I lived there for many years, and I was living in Colombia for a while. And then I returned to Finland and to France, and now I live in Phoenix, Arizona. It's very hot here. Maybe you can't tell, but it's very, very hot. And I live now in 3 countries. I live in Finland, in France, and in the States, in Arizona. So how it was like? Well, we traveled enormously because of my father's job. So we changed languages and cultures and schools and friends every 3 years. So it was a very, it was fun. I didn't know anything else. So we lived in a suitcase all the time. And I got to adapt very quickly to all sorts of different ways of being, different languages. So by the age of 10, I spoke already 3 languages. And it was very, and actually I have a very crazy thing with language, because my first language was actually English, believe it or not, in England, because when we landed in England, my parents had my sister, and she was very sick from the get-go. So they basically put me in front of the TV set so that I would learn the English of the Queen. So I spoke and it's hard to believe it now, but I
Wow,
actually spoke
amazing.
the Queen's English when I was a little girl with no accent, like perfectly very aristocratic, perfect British English. And but my parents spoke French to me, so I would answer in English and they would speak French to me. And when my mother went to get me at school, of course I was always very upset. I didn't want her to speak to me because I felt very embarrassed with her French accent. And people thought I was adopted because my English was so different from the English of my parents. And
Correct.
then when we landed in France, I totally understood French, but I couldn't speak it. I spoke only English, but I understood French. So the first day of school, my mother explained to my teacher, that I couldn't speak French, and there was so much chaos that the teacher, totally did not get it. And she thought I was retarded the whole school year because I would only answer yes or no. That's all I knew. But I was the first one in the class to learn how to read. So now I could understand French, I could read French, but I couldn't speak it. And I started gradually forgetting my English because, nobody spoke English to me. And at the end of the year, the teacher said to my mother that I had been the one who had made the most progress during the year. And my mother said, "Well, yeah, poor girl, she didn't speak a word of French when she started school." And the teacher got like, "What? You should have told me." But she did, but she didn't hear it. So, and then after that, my English went way out. Then I was sent to Finland for the summer. And when I came back, I spoke Finnish, but I couldn't speak French anymore. So I have a whole crazy thing with languages. And
That's
and
so
um,
interesting.
and
We
then
can
I
celebrate
taught
that as
myself, and then I taught myself to read English, but I read it first like as French. So now I could, but then gradually it clicked. So I was able to read, and I was like 8 or 10 years. I was 10 years old, I think, when that happened. So I could read English, but I couldn't speak it anymore. I could speak French and read it, and now my Finnish was a little out the window because I couldn't, I hadn't
lost
practiced it
touch.
enough to
Mhm.
remember it.
Mhm.
And then when we moved to Washington, D.C., because we were following always the news, so it was the time of Watergate and all of that stuff, and my father was covering that. My father was a very famous journalist, and he interviewed all the heads of states all over the world. And whatever was happening in the world, changes of regime and deaths of presidents and wars and you name it, it was all happening in our living room. And what I remember is that we were always eating, we had a big table. It was my father, my sister, my mother, and I, and we were always facing the news. That's how we ate dinner or lunch, or we never talked to each other. It was always looking at the news. And when I was old enough to be independent, I just ditched my TV. I just did not want a TV. I never looked at the news. I don't read newspapers. So for the longest time, my father thought I was an
Yes.
absolute disgrace. And after he died, he asked for forgiveness. I was in contact with him as a medium, and he asked for forgiveness, and he said that now he really understands what I'm doing. So yeah, and then of course my English came back when we moved to the US when I was 14 years old, and but it came back now with this accent I now have because I was not used to the American accent.
Yeah, it's
I was
beautiful.
used
It's
to the
beautiful.
French. Thank you. Well, it's a little better now after all my years in acting because I had to work on my accent, but it will never go away. And since people like it, I'm like, you know what? It's who I am, so that's how I'm going to speak.
Yeah, yeah,
But
it's
if I
beautiful.
look back, if I had not spoken English, pretty much 3/4 of my life would never have happened. So it was such a blessing to have this language, and I'm very grateful to be living in the States. And so much has happened since I moved to the U.S. So then we went back when I was 17 years old. We went back to Switzerland, And then I got married there, and then my husband died, and then I went to Canada, and then I went to LA from Canada. It was quite a story because I never, that's the thing. I never chose to move. I never chose, now I'm going to live in this country. Now I'm going to do this. It's like life just led me, and I just said yes, and I just went with the flow. But it was never a conscious decision to go anywhere. It was always like, oh, I guess now this is where I'm going. It was always like that.
Got it. Got it.
So yeah, so my upbringing was very, I won't say chaotic because it really wasn't. We had the constant with us was that we always went, my sister and I, to French schools. So we always went through the French educational system. We always spoke French at home, once I could speak French. My father was a very good linguist, so even though he was Finnish, he spoke 8 languages and he understood 12. So it was no problem for him to speak French, and he spoke very, very, very well French with no accent whatsoever. The
Probably
only
you inherited your dad's qualities because he's a linguist, so I think that flowed into you as well. I think. I mean, if I'm
Well, it
if I'm
prepared
right.
me for my life as a conference speaker,
Right.
and traveling. And the only thing that, the French speak with a lot of slang. That's like how you recognize a foreigner from a real French. And because my father was a foreigner, my mother absolutely banned any kind of slang at home. So we spoke like perfect French, but we spoke French like foreigners, not like the French, even though I have no accent in French. And when I landed in LA and I met some French people, they said, "What do you mean you're French?" And they couldn't quite place me because I have zero accent in French. I have the international French. And but I didn't speak with any slang, so they started teaching me slang. I was in my 30s and I started learning slang, and now I love it.
Right. I
So
can see
now,
the kind of energy you have. Basically, I think all the languages and the journeys across the world, and the ups and downs, everything made you very centered. You look very centered as well. You are a shaman yourself, and your eclectic journey of sorts in life, and the way you told about languages, you switched from one language to the other and learned. Your love for languages is so evident. And
yeah,
I mean, as well, your love for life, because you have taken the wave of life. And you said that I mean, you did not take the decisions, but life took, and you have I mean, you came here with the synchronicities that life have thrown at you. So I congratulate you for all that you have become today. And I simply loved the way you spoke about your Finnish and French origin, and the way you have learned fluently those languages, and the way you have led a wonderful life. I mean, that is really commendable. I congratulate you for that.
thank you. And I love languages because each language carries a certain vision of the world. So when came, in the French school, you have to choose. At the time I was in school, you had to choose between English and German. So since I already spoke English, I chose German. So I studied German for like almost 7 years. And then when I landed in Colombia, I did not speak a word of Spanish, but I spoke French. So I could sort of, understand, even though it was very different from French. And gradually, and I never actually learned Spanish, but I can give the impression that I speak um, well, I guess. But it's just
You do.
from listening. It's just from listening. So now I would love to learn more languages. I just don't have a lot of time in my life to do that. But I
You're
think
very
languages
busy.
are fascinating. It's
Right.
fascinating. Like I was hearing you
Right.
speak Hindi, sorry, a little earlier, and I thought,
Yeah.
I would love to understand what they're saying.
Wow. I mean, now I get a hang of how you love languages. I mean, so you have
And I
that
love
flair in you.
cultures. I love different cultures. Like, yes, I'm French and Finnish, but I've lived most of my life now in America. And I love traveling. Like I love India. When I went last to India, I was so in
Wow.
love with India. Everything Indian. You know, that was a crazy thing. Like I go to Finland and because I'm dark haired and you know I don't speak Finnish very well, they think I'm not Finnish. You know, I have to prove that I'm Finnish. And then
Correct.
in France, well, I'm a little off, so they're not sure I'm completely French. In America, clearly I'm not American, and in India, everybody thought I was Indian. That was so bizarre to me. I love wearing saris, and I just love the food. I'm an astrologer. I believe in reincarnation. I love cows. I would never eat a cow. I mean, I love kirtan. I love Bollywood movies. So it's like
We can
everything
do a whole
Indian. I love.
we can do a whole another episode on your love for cultures and your travel. You lived such an abundant life in terms of cultures and languages and meeting people and living a larger than life kind of life that that we can make another episode as well. You are a very interesting person, Michelle. I'm
Thank
so
you
glad
so
that
much.
you're on my show today. So next, I want to jump into the next question because I was listening to you while you were telling that you're talking about you. Uh, you're also a channeler as well. You have these mediums talk to the way you said you have connection to your dad. So just the first question I wanted to ask you is when did the psychic abilities in you begin, or did you recognize them when you were a kid, or when you're going to college, or later part, or after your modeling career? Which definitely, friends, my viewers would love to know about that aspect of your life because you're multifaceted and you have lived different lives in a single life. So we'll ask about your journey in Hollywood and acting and modeling as well. I just wanted to know about your psychic abilities and how did you develop them? How did you harbor them? How did you nurture them?
You know, that's an interesting question because I never had an awakening. I was always like that since my birth. And I don't, there's not a moment where I say, oh, I realized something. Except, you know, as a child, I was a natural medium. I was already very sensitive to all sorts of things. Like as a baby, I did not want anybody to touch me, you know, other
Wow.
than my parents. So I would just put my hands out as a baby, and everybody is like, what is with this baby, you know? So I was already very aware of frequencies, of vibrations, of, you know,
How many
when people.
months old were you when you
Oh,
were
I was very little. I was really a baby. I was already pushing people
you were an
away, you know,
infant?
who were
Okay.
not my parents. And actually, I found
Wow.
out later that a baby should never be touched by anybody but his parents until he's 3 years old. So somehow I knew
Wow.
that, and I was already protecting myself. And then as a child, I just was a natural medium. Like when we would sleep, not often, but when we would sleep in somebody else's house, because, you know, we traveled so much, so sometimes we had to sleep at, you know, my father was one of 7 children, so we sometimes slept in my uncle or my aunt's houses. And I would wake up in the middle of the night screaming and saying, you know, and I didn't even know. I would just say, oh, and this person came to me, and my parents would be like, wait a minute, that person died here, you know, and it's my parents who started connecting the dots. And I would say the nickname of the person who had touched me. It was not even the real name of that person,
Wow.
which I had no way of knowing. No
That's strange.
way.
Mhm.
So it was a little scary actually because, you know, I never knew when it would happen. I couldn't control it. I mean, it wasn't nightmares, it wasn't anything like that, but it was definitely a little intense, especially for the rest of the family. They thought, "Whoa, what is going on here?" And and then when I was 14 years old, I had 3 nights in a row. There was a very interesting thing that happened. I was lying in my bed, and instead of falling asleep, it's like I went into a corridor and I found myself in what I identified as being another life, a past life. And I saw myself as an adult. I saw And the first place I saw, I was like all dressed in white, and I was in this place, and there were trees that looked like pine trees, but they were not like the pine trees we have today. And I asked where I was, and I was told Atlantis. And I'm like, Atlantis? I had never even heard of the word. So I had no idea what that was all about. And there was a whole story that I was involved in that developed. And then I fell asleep. And then the next day, the same thing happened. And I realized I got in the first part of what I had seen the previous day, which was part 2 of that same life. And the third night, the same thing happened. And I found myself, I was a man, and I was in Egypt, ancient Egypt. And I was, so imagine this is a I'm now in present time, 20th century, 14-year-old girl, and I see myself as a man who just died, and his body is getting embalmed in a crypt in ancient Egypt. So it was like all those
that was your past life, right? That was your
Sorry?
past life.
Yeah, it was a past life, and I was like, wow. And this never happened again. And I have never in my entire life touched drugs, and I absolutely will never do that in any way. I have a very pure, healthy lifestyle. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs. I've never done any of those. And I have no idea why these 3 nights happened and what this was all about. It never happened after that. But it started making me research things. And I started reading Edgar Cayce about Atlantis. And then I started also, and then the tarot. That was a crazy story. The tarot came into my life. And I knew how to read the cards. And I have never read a book on the tarot. But I just knew. And much later on, when I was an astrologer in Geneva, I had 2 clients who absolutely did not know each other. And both of them, within a week, told me that they had already been my clients in ancient Egypt. And I was reading the tarot for them. And they didn't even know I read the tarot because I was an astrologer. And I just did it for myself, but I was not doing it professionally. And I was like, wait a minute, how can 2 people who do not know each other tell me exactly the same thing? So there has to be some truth in this. And when I finally was able to go back to Egypt, I say go back because from my past life, but in this lifetime, it also felt very familiar. I felt very at ease, and when I was, but I did not feel at ease with the modern Egyptian clothing. But of course, that's the Muslim, dimension came much later in history than it was probably when I was there in ancient Egypt. So there's been so many things like that happening that make me know that a reincarnation exists and that we have had many lifetimes before, and that we are just continuing. So it feels like in this lifetime I'm on a path of accelerated evolution. That's how I feel. And then I have had to revisit all those places very quickly in order to recover all the information. And I want to say one thing, because you mentioned I'm a channeler. I am not a channeler. I know people say that, people think that about me, and I do work with channelers, but I do not, for example, Lee Carroll, who channels Cryon, or Marilyn Harper, who channels Adironda. So I have a lot of channeler friends and colleagues, I could say. But I do not channel. I don't see myself channeling. I really, what I say comes from the depths of my experience. And when I do astrology or I'm doing shaman work, I'm reading things. I'm not, it's not coming from, I don't know where, or outside of myself. It's really interior knowledge. So that's a long answer to your questions, but sorry.
No, that was a wonderful answer actually, because I learned a lot from your answers and the way past lives work, and the way you have learned things from your past lives, and the current life you're having. So to logically, I want to jump into this question to ask you, because you told that those 3 days, kind of changed your life. Do you was it a kind of awakening for you? I mean, when you said you didn't have any awakening in life, was that something like a a trigger for your psychic life?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the age of 13, 14 is when everything really, really began. And that's also when astrology came into my life, because my father had gone, we were living in Geneva at the time. I mean, we were living actually in France on the border of Geneva. In the Jura Mountains, but my father went to New York at that time, and we had not moved to the States yet. It was coming, but that was not yet. And he came back with Linda Goodman's Sun Signs, and I absolutely devoured that book. And I thought, oh my God, how can anybody know me better than the people who live with me? And a lot of traits, I'm a Capricorn. Capricorns are, hardworking, disciplined, and um, so they're not
Right.
always very, I would say, at least in my family, a lot of those natural traits were not necessarily very appreciated, let's put it that way. And then I thought, wow, I'm just being myself, and that was remarkable for me. So I devoured that book. I started reading everything, all the other signs, and my sister was an Aries, and my mother was a Scorpio, and my father was a Taurus, and then I started extending that to everybody in school, and I wanted to find out everybody's sign. And then very, very quickly, and it was within a few months, I taught myself to create charts, based on the time of birth, the day, and the place. And I created and then we moved to the US, which was a blessing because there was so many books available. And that at that time in France, the books on astrology were actually very, I would say, I don't know how to say that, fatalistic, not very interesting. It was sort of this sensational thing. It was not really deemed serious or interesting. So it was something very, that people laughed about more than anything. There was only this one astrologer who had some serious books. And I wrote to him asking him how I could study and all that. And I have still his letter with me. And he
Wow.
wrote back
Okay.
saying, "You are way too young to even think about being an astrologer. Live your
What age
life.
were
In
you at
your
that time?
60s, think about it." And
Mhm.
I'm like, that guy is an idiot. And I never read his books again.
Got it. That was fun, huh? That was not good.
So, so anyway, so I became an astrologer. So already at the age of 14, I was already doing the charts of everybody in school. And I had
Wow.
created,
Age of
typical
14.
Capricorn, I had
Right.
created my little radio show. It was nice because my father, being a journalist, he had to call Finland every day. So we had like an amazing phone plan. So we could call internationally, 24 hours a day at no cost. So I would take the time where he didn't have to call to Finland, and I had all the charts of all the kids in school, and they would
Wow.
call me
At
after
14, right?
school.
At 14. My goodness.
Yeah, I was 14, yeah.
Oh God,
But
that's so. You're so
that was not
talented,
good.
Richkin.
No, 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 that was not good at all because I had all the charts of all the kids, and they knew that after hours, after the school, they could call me with all their problems. So I was very serious. I was hours on the phone, looking at their charts, answering questions, guiding them, helping them. But then I knew too much. So I was the most unpopular girl you ever met. I was never invited anywhere. I could never, well, my mother was also very strict, so it's not like I could go out or do anything. But that was really not good. So,
He was
so
being
now
protective
when
of you.
people, it's so nice when like you wanted to interview me or people want to invite me, I'm like, really? You want me to come? It's like, wow.
You are
Because that
you
was
are a
not like
celebrity.
that when I grew up.
Now I get it, because I mean, for all of us, you're such a giant person in terms of astrology and your shaman journey and your previous journeys like acting and Hollywood, you know, that's an that's a wow for all of us. But I mean, now I get it. Uh,
You know, I really have no merit because I wasn't allowed even to be in the rest of my house growing up. I never had the key to my house. I wasn't allowed to have friends. Plus, it was very difficult moving countries and languages all the time. And at the time, we didn't have the internet, we didn't have cell phones, you know, we just had to rely on the post office and writing. So I developed my writing, but most of my little friends were not into writing at all. So basically, you know, I all I could do was study. So I read voraciously, and my parents had a huge library, not one that I was really interested in because my father it was all about politics and history, and my mother it was all about nutrition and health and painting because she was also a painter. My
mhm.
sister it was all about architecture because she became an architect.
Too many talents
Um,
in your
and it was
home.
actually funny because when my whole family died, they have all died now and crossed over. When I cleared the family library, there were probably 30,000 books in that
Wow,
library.
that's a
I could
whopping
tell
30,000, huh?
exactly
My
my
goodness.
parents whose books were whose, you know, and my books were all the esoteric books, the novels and the esoteric books, and everybody else. So we had very varied interests.
Wow.
So yeah, but going to the States was wonderful when I was 14 years old because that's when I started, you know, reading voraciously about astrology, about any kind of topic I could find that was esoteric. And when I was 21, I had written already my first novel, Aruna, and which is
Wow.
quite a story of how that came about. And I was interviewed on the radio, and at the time, that was the only spiritual show that existed in Switzerland because by then I had returned to Switzerland, and
What was it called?
and
What was the show called?
it was crazy. Sorry.
What was the show called? The radio show.
It was called L'Éternel Présent, and it was by Yvette Riel. And it was the only spiritual show at the time. So I was interviewed there. She called me. I mean, it was the whole story how she met me. But anyway, we went, and at the time, we went in the studio and all of that. And we started the. So, first, before when she met me, she said, "Okay, so now tell me, who wrote your book?" And I said, "What do you mean? I wrote my book." And she said, "No, no, no,
Wow.
no. Nobody your age writes like that." I said, "Well, I wrote my book. I'm sorry." So
Already
anyway,
got a critical acclaim by her.
she totally did not believe me, and we got in the interview, and she started asking me questions, and whatever question she would ask me, even outside of astrology, you know, anything I could answer because I had read so many books, I had studied so much, I had thought so much had happened in my life already that I could answer any question. So at the end of that first show, she said, "Well, let's do another show." So we immediately did another show, and at the end of that show, she said in the microphone, she said, "If you want to hear Michelle Karen again, please write to the studio." And then she hung up, and she's like, why did I even say that?" But I knew why she had said that. And the next few days, hundreds and hundreds of letters poured into the studio. So she invited me again, and now I was on the air once a week for 6 months. And what I did not know is that those people started to, you know, record those shows. Those shows went around Switzerland, and and I started getting flooded with people. I mean, I had so much work. I was working like 20 hours a day, literally. I was doing 5 6 readings a day. I don't even know how I could sustain that rhythm because at the time there were no computers, so I was also calculating all the charts by hand, which takes forever. So my weekends, my nights, everything went into working and doing readings,
Became busy.
and after a while I got pretty burnt out, so I left, and then I had an opportunity to get to Canada, which is a whole different story. And from Canada, I was led to the US, and that's how I'm here now.
So, which part
So
of the
yeah,
USA are you at now? I mean, where are you in America?
I'm in Arizona. I'm in Phoenix. But I
Wow.
lived a very long time in Los Angeles, and that's how I got into acting and modeling, which was actually very bizarre for me because I never wanted to be a model.
Yeah,
But
that question is
when I
coming
was,
toward you.
sorry?
I said that question is coming toward you now about your
But
modeling and
that was,
Hollywood.
yeah, everything has come into my life. I think all I do is say yes. That's all I do, really, because, but when I was a child, though, I told the first profession I wanted to have was to be a journalist like my father. And my father said,
Right.
never, you will never be a journalist because women journalists, he had apparently very bad experiences and he thought they were very masculine and aggressive. So he did not want me as his daughter to be like that, to become like that.
Okay.
And then I said I want to be a writer, and they said, well, that's not a job. And then I wanted to be an actress. They said, no, never. Actresses are all crazy on drugs, alcoholics, no. And then I said I want to be an astrologer. They're like, are you out of your mind? Are you going to be like, with an owl on your shoulder and like
Correct.
Madame Soleil, that was the big,
Correct. Correct.
astrologer in France at the time that everybody was making fun of. So
So,
basically, I said, screw that. Whatever I want to do, they're going to say no. And then when I looked back later, I realized I actually did everything I said I would.
I mean, I can
I
see that,
became I was
slowly
an
life
astrologer.
unravels. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
So
but I knew
my quick question is, Michelle, you are I mean, now that our audience know a lot about you, but there's a lot more to know about you. I mean, you're an astrologer, you're a shaman, uh, I mean, you are a humanitarian and you're as well a writer. We'll talk about your books as well. I mean, your charts and readings, and you are a child prodigy. And but just our audience would love to know about how modeling and acting and Hollywood happened to you. And I have another surprise question for you as well. I mean, that will be a surprise for you and my Mana TV viewers, Mana TV International viewers also. But tell me how, I mean, at 13 and 14, you delved into astrology and, that uh, took a course into doing radio shows, and you became busy and you got burnt out with a lot of work. You became famous by the time. But how did acting happen to you? How did modeling happen to you? And how did Hollywood happen to you?
you know how it happened to me? With a little crab that fell in a pool. That's how it started. And I'm not kidding because I was, when I moved out, I got very burnt out after the radio shows, after all the astrology, all the readings I had been doing. I had an opportunity, and that's also a whole different story, to come to the US. And I came to the US and I really shut the door. I left Canada, I left Switzerland. I was living in both places at the time, going back and forth in Montreal and Geneva. And I decided I'm done with astrology, I'm done with all that, I'm going to start a whole new life in America. And I came literally like the little immigrant with my little suitcase, 5,000 euros, dollars. And I thought I was, and I had no idea. I didn't know anybody. I spoke English, but not as well as now. And I just had no clue what I was going to do. But I knew I was not going to be an astrologer anymore. I was done, done, done. I was done. So I landed in Marina del Rey in LA. For 3 months, I just went up and down California, not knowing where I was going to land. When I first stayed in LA, I hated it. I thought, okay, never LA. So I was thinking of San Francisco, then I thought of San Diego. And as things happened in my life, I landed exactly where I said I never would, and I landed in LA. And I landed in Marina del Rey, and I was living in an apartment complex, and there was a beautiful pool. And so I didn't know what to do, so I was just swimming every morning. And there was this other guy, an older man, who was swimming every morning also. And I was very careful not to speak to anybody. I did not want to be known. I did not want, it was perfect because nobody had read my books, nobody had seen my shows, nobody knew who I was, and I intended it on staying that way. Okay, so that was my intent. And one day there was something at the bottom of the pool, and he started we started talking about that, and it just was a crab. Nobody knows how this crab landed at the bottom of the pool, but it did. And we started talking, and then he said to me that he was an actor, and I was like, oh, how interesting. And I said, do I know you? And it so happened that actually he was acting in a movie with Julia Roberts. I
Wow.
think it was Conspiracy Theory. And he was
Amazing.
the cousin of Dick Donner, who did all the Mel Gibson movies, all those Lethal Weapon movies, and all of that. And that man said, "Well, I'm going to see my cousin. Why don't you come with me?" And I said, "Sure." So I had no idea who Dick Donner was. I landed in this mansion, and his wife Lauren Donner was there. And Dick Donner was a lovely man, and his mansion was amazing. His house was amazing. I had never been in a place like that, and there was a private theater. There were all sorts of things in his house, and Dick Donner said to me, he said, "You don't know who I am, right?" I said, "No, I don't. I'm sorry. Should I?" I mean, I was so clueless. I don't watch TV. I don't pay attention to names, so I had really no idea who this guy
Right.
was. And he loved it. He was so excited. So he invited me on the set of Conspiracy Theory. So I met Julia Roberts there, and he sat me in his chair, in the director's chair. And everybody on the set thought I was some famous actress. So they came to ask me for autographs, and I'm like, no, I'm a nobody. I have no idea. And Dick Donner, he
That's the
said,
humility.
you look really good. You should get into acting. And I said, acting? And I remembered as a child, I wanted to be an actress. And in school plays, I loved school plays. It was always fun. So we had dinner, and there was this guy, young guy who was there, and he said, "Oh, I'm in this school, this acting school that's amazing in Hollywood. Why don't you audition for them?" I said, "Why not?" I still was figuring what am I going to do in LA. I still had no idea. I just knew I did not want to be an astrologer anymore. That was it. And so I called. They auditioned me the next day, and the day after, I was in acting school. It was actually pretty fun because I would go there
Wow.
twice a week. It was wonderful. It was in this big theater in Hollywood on Vermont Avenue, where actually Leonardo DiCaprio grew. And a lot of people came out of that school. It was the Beverly Hills Playhouse, Michelle Pfeiffer, George Clooney, all these people came out of there. And I loved it. I had the time of my life. I started making friends. It was fun. I learned a lot about myself. I learned, I'm talking with my hands. If my acting teachers are seeing me, they probably are cringing because for 6 months I had to talk with my hands under my knees. I was not allowed to speak with my hands. But now that I act as myself, I'm back to
No.
speaking with my
What
hands.
was the reason for that? What was the reason for you to
Yeah,
act of?
because as an actor, you have to be rather transparent. You have to be able to fit into roles. You can't have those little habits stand in the way of your character. So
You're talking
unless your
about the table
character
manners,
speaks with
kind
your
of.
hands, you should not be doing that. So anyway, and then
Sort of
a
restraint
year.
as well, being a model and an actress.
Well, exactly. And 1 year into acting, I heard the teacher said, "So now you have to go to admin meetings." I said, "Admin meetings? What the hell is that?" And I found out that this was a professional school, that unless you had an actual career as an actress, you could not stay in school. And I remember that night because the classes were from 7 p.m. to midnight. I'm
Mhm.
coming out of the theater, it's almost 1 in the morning. And there were like some newsstands were still open, and I'm looking at the newsstand with all those movie stars and everybody on the cover, and I'm thinking, are you joking? So I went out. I was trying to stay away from celebrity because after those radio shows, my voice was recognized and people would recognize me in the
Correct.
streets. And then I was in Canada and I started doing television there, being interviewed on television. So people were recognizing me. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'm trying to be anonymous here and it's not working. What happened to me?
Correct.
So I was actually the one who was always trying to push away fame and it kept coming after me somehow. So I started doing those admin meetings, and then sure enough, I started having, being audition, having some, acting jobs. I never did something major. I had little roles here and there.
But did you
Um,
enjoy your acting as well? I mean, that this life, did you enjoy as well?
I loved
You like it?
acting. I hated, okay, there were two things I hated was the auditioning process
Mhm.
because you are really, I hate the auditioning process, really. Because you're just like lined with all sorts of women, and I'm really a woman who's solidary of other women, and everybody is looking at everybody, and is she better than me? Is she better fit than me? Is she better looking than me? And it's like a weird energy of rivalry, that I really don't appreciate.
Yeah.
And then it's tough because, it was tough for me to enter some roles, and there were things I wanted to do that I never got to do. And they were always casting me as a teacher, a lawyer, those really stern kind of characters. And I wanted to do comedy, but I was never cast as comedy. So that was really,
That's
it ended
really
up, it was fun to act in class because I could do whatever I wanted. But when came the auditioning process, it was never really fun. And then my accent was always a problem, always. And I was like, come on, there are some famous actors who succeeded with an accent. I don't know why my accent is such a problem. So, that became a little difficult. And when I see the movies that come out now, I mean, most of them are really very dark and very. So I probably was protected not to become very famous as an actress.
that you became famous
And
in uh, obviously you are as well famous in Hollywood, and you have so many dimensions to you. But one surprise question is at you now, and this thing I wanted to tell at the beginning of the show, but now I'm telling you this. I'm spilling the beans. Michelle, you're looking very beautiful in the blue, very gorgeous and beautiful in the blue now.
thank
Uh,
you.
but friends, she was the girl of the past in red.
Yes.
And let me spill the beans. The song is "Quit Playing Games with My Heart."
No, it's
From
show me the meaning of being
oh,
lonely.
I'm sorry. Yeah, show me the meaning of being lonely. Yes,
Oh
and
wow, that's a
tell me about that.
fantastic
I mean, such a
story.
we grew up with that boy band, Backstreet Boys, and especially this song, "Show Me the Meaning of Being Lonely." And
Oh,
I
that
mean,
is
I mean,
such a funny
tell
story.
our viewers, the story about that and how excited you were and all that went into the song, please.
That was a very funny story actually because I got auditioned for by the Backstreet Boys, but of course they were not there. It was just the casting directors who were there. And for some reason, I don't even know why they picked me because I was super tanned. I was swimming every day, so I was very, very tanned. And it's a sad song, and they wanted somebody completely white, like white, white, white. But what happened is that that day I had had a very, very major heartbreak, and I was crying my eyes out, and I literally drove myself to the audition. I mean, my makeup was all over the place. I was crying. I was so sad and depressed, and I cried even before getting into the audition. It was really bad. And I really thought I'm never going to get it anyway. This is a total waste of time and energy. But I did the audition because my agent would have killed me if I had not gone to an audition she finally got for me.
Right.
And she was really thought this one was very important. So I showed up and I did my audition. I went home not thinking anything about it. And the next day I was cast. I was like, oh wow, how did that happen? I was even shocked myself. So I get to this audition. It was crazy because we had to show up at 7 p.m. and I was cast as the woman of the past. And actually, you don't even see my face. And the only reason they cast me was because I was the only woman they found who could run in high heels. I always wear high heels, and that came because my late husband was very tall, and I just, in order to not look like his daughter, I had to wear high heels. And then I got the
Right.
hang of it, and I always wore high heels after that. So that was sort of my trademark. And
I hope you're
and
wearing high heels even now. I'm
yeah,
just
I
kidding.
can. I actually went up Mount Shasta in high heels. Nobody believes me, but it's true. I did. Coming
Wow.
down was a bit of a tragedy, but going up, I did it. So so yeah, high heels are part of who I am, and so I went to where they were actually filming, and it was like an old it probably was a beautiful hotel in its day in downtown LA, but it was like only there were homeless people there living. It was completely in disarray, and they had given $100 to all the homeless people so that they would stay in their room and not come out. And that production was unbelievable. I mean, it was like a $1 million production. It was shooting the whole night. The catering was amazing. The food was incredible.
And
And
what a song, right? What a song.
it was, yeah, show me the meaning of being
Meaning of
lonely. And the funny thing is that I had never heard of the Backstreet Boys. I didn't even know what kind of music they did, because I grew up with classical music, and that was another thing of my mother. No rock, no pop, no nothing like that. Plus I couldn't go out to parties or stuff like that. So I never really heard anything. I didn't know anything.
Because you
So
grew up
this
in a
guy,
conservative family. Yeah.
yeah.
Is it
So
right?
Kevin comes to me and he says, "Hi, my name is Kevin," and I'm like, "Oh, cool, hi, Kevin." And I thought he was an actor like me, and it turned out he was one of the Backstreet Boys, and I
Yes,
had
yes,
no
yes.
clue. I was like so clueless most of my life on so many things.
Is it
So
Kevin Carter, right? Kevin Carter, I guess. I think his
yeah, I
yes.
don't even know his last name, but he was a very nice man, very, very cool, and very humble, very simple. Very, very nice guy.
Did you
And
meet
this
all of the
production.
boys of the Backstreet Boys, all the other singers as
No,
well?
no, he was the only one because if you watch the video, the music video, which I watched much later on. Actually, I didn't even never watched it. It was somebody who showed it to me, but it was filmed in different locations. So the other Backstreet Boys were actually in different locations, and it was maybe on different days. I'm not sure.
Mhm.
Anyway, that production was a bit of a mess. There was a huge amount of people working on the set. Most of them were sitting there reading their newspaper. I don't even know what was going on. And then they would set up, it would take hours, and then they would unset. It was so bizarre the way it was working. But the poor makeup artist had the hardest time with me because, I'm not very good with makeup. And makeup, I mean, I wear very little makeup because makeup just melts on me. I don't know, it doesn't stay. So, and I was, as I said, super tanned, and I had to be completely white. And they had me wear this silk dress, this red dress that was, I mean, it wasn't, revealing too much, but it had no sleeves. It had like a big, neck line. And so, poor girl, she had to put this white makeup on me everywhere, like even on my arms, on my face, on my neck, everywhere. And then, I was called at 7 p.m. and I did not go up and started doing my part until 3 in the morning. So by that time, my makeup had melted 20 times already. So this poor girl, she's following me around with her makeup kit, and she like keeps, because we had no idea when I was going to go up. So she keeps putting on makeup on me the whole time. By the time I left the set and I was able to go home, it was 7 in the morning, and literally I had to take 5 showers to get rid of that makeup. It was like so thick, it was ridiculous. And really, you don't even see much of me. And I had very, very short Halle Berry type hair at the time. So you just see this sort of flash of this girl, elegantly running with her red dress. And that's pretty much all you see of me. It's like a few seconds of the whole video.
But I'm I'm so
But I was
happy.
happy. I made
Wonderful.
$100. I was very happy because at the time I had no money at all. So
Correct.
I was really, really happy.
Right. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm so enthralled to listen to your acting, modeling, and your Hollywood career, and especially "Show Me the Meaning of Being Lonely," the song. For our viewers, can you sing? Do you remember the lyrics, or can you
I
sing
don't
the song for
remember
us?
the lyrics. No, I don't remember the lyrics, and I'm not a good singer, so you probably don't want to hear me sing.
Huh.
But I did buy the CD. I did.
Well,
But it's a
that's
great song. It's a very sad song, though, but it's a beautiful song.
right.
So that
Well,
was my
it's a
first
meaningful
encounter
song.
with pop music.
Right. And that song was, Backstreet Boys was in the minds of all the teenagers, and they were my times. All my friends and everybody, across the world, I think, they were listening to Backstreet Boys, and I'm so glad that
And
you
they
became
were
part of that
very,
song.
very nice. The two Backstreet Boys I met were very, very lovely people. They were very sweet. They were very humble. They were very normal, kind people. They were really nice. I don't think they exist anymore. Does it exist? I don't think so.
Uh, I think they had a concert somewhere in New York or across USA. I think few months
Oh,
back.
still?
But I
Okay.
think, yeah, I think they're not yet releasing their new albums, and I
Okay.
hope they come back with a
Yeah.
bang. There was once album
You have
called
to cast
Backstreet
me
Back.
again. I would love to be cast again.
Please,
So
I would love
I'm
to see you again.
without an audition because I don't want to audition anymore.
Given an opportunity, will you go back to acting again, Michelle, or?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Actually, and this is a world premiere. It's not official yet,
Mhm.
but it looks like I will be cast in a movie that's being shot in South Africa. So
Wow!
I'm really
Congratulations.
excited, and I don't have to audition for it. Yes.
Wow.
So I'm
I'm
I
as
would
well
love that.
excited to see you on screen. Wonderful. That'll be wonderful to watch you on
Well,
the
we're
big screen.
crossing our fingers because it's not done yet and there's no contract signed,
I
but
wish,
there's
yeah, and I
talk
wish
about it.
you all luck and success for that endeavor of sorts as well.
Thank
So
you.
next, I just wanted to ask you about your Grammy, your 78th Grammy. You were nominated, and you were on the Grammy records. Tell me
No, no,
about that.
no, no, not the Grammy. I was the astrologer at the Academy Awards, the 78th
Oh
Academy.
yes, Academy. Yes.
Yeah, but I was the astrologer. I was not nominated there. I was the astrologer. I don't
Oh
have enough
wow!
work as
So
an astrologer,
you are
as
the
an
astrologer
actress.
for the 78th
Yes.
Academy Awards, right?
Yeah, and well, that's a funny story too, because at the time I was following this divine mother from Singapore at the time, and when she came to LA, I was at her events, and once I was coming out of one of those gatherings, and I was in the parking lot, and I met this girl who had also been at the gathering, and it happened, she was French. We started talking, and we talked literally 5 minutes on the parking lot. And that's all, but I gave her my card, and that was it. And all of a sudden, one day, I receive a call from, I was living in LA at the time, and I received a call from this woman saying, we want you to be the astrologer at the Academy Awards. And I'm like, what? So I thought, okay, this is a scam, right? This is no way. So I did not even answer the call. That was she left a message on my voicemail. I did not even answer. I did not call. And for 3 days I didn't call. And then I thought, well, maybe it's true. I mean, I don't know how they would have found me, but who knows? So I called back and they said, oh my God, we've been waiting for you. What are you doing? Come over right now. And I thought, whoa, what is that? So I drove, and it was like I was, the office was marble office, beautiful, in a really nice neighborhood of LA, and I'm like, whoa. And they said, okay, so here's, how much we're going to pay you for a week, which was enormous. It was something like, I don't know, $2,000 for 1 week. I mean, I had never seen so much money in my life, especially at that time where I was really not earning any money. And they said to me, you show up at 7 a.m. And they gave me the address and everything, and you're going to be the astrologer to the stars. I'm like, what the hell? And I said, well, how did you find me? And they didn't even ask for a reading or anything. And at the time, I didn't have even a website. I had nothing. So I'm like, what the hell? So, and they told me it was that woman I had met in the parking lot, and it so turned out that she was actually a makeup artist. I had no idea what she did. And she was in New York doing the makeup of Madonna. And she overheard that every Academy Awards had a theme, and this year it was going to be the mystical theme, and they were looking for an astrologer. And
Wow.
she immediately said, "Oh, I know an astrologer in LA, and she's very good, and etc." And she never had even had a reading with me, that girl. I don't even remember her name. But anyway, they gave, and that's how they found me, and that's how they hired me. And the first day I arrived it was a huge mansion at the top of the Hollywood Hills with Hollywood at your feet. I mean, you literally needed a map to go to the bathroom. It was so big, this place. And
Really?
and it was unbelievable. And then I said, okay, so where am I supposed to go? And they said, oh, you're going in the garden. And they had built for me this sort of huge, it was like this sort of room, with mirrors all around, and with like a crystal ball. And I said, whoa, 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 I'm not working there. And they said, well, it's too late. The stars are arriving in an hour. We did that for you. You have to work there. I said, no, 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 no. I am not working in a place with a crystal ball and mirrors all around. I mean, I'm an astrologer. I'm not some kind of Hollywood psychic, this is not happening. Not happening. So they said, well, we don't have any other place for you. I said, oh, okay. So they basically put me in the bathroom. the bathroom, the bathroom, you and I, and the whole family of 8 kids could live in that bathroom, okay? It was like huge. It had windows all around, views on Hollywood all around, marble everywhere. I mean, it was like the most luxurious apartment you ever saw, and that was the bathroom. Well, it turned out there were all these girls doing makeup and actually not makeup, they were doing nails. And when I landed there, they got all excited and they said, well, will you do a reading for me? And I said, sure. I had nothing else to do. I was there anyway. So I said, sure. So I started doing, nails, readings for them. And what I did not know is that those girls were actually the nail, how do you call that, manicurists of major stars. And so they started directing all the stars to me. And on the third day, so I wasn't treated too well, I mean, the stars were treated like, I mean, this was pre-Hollywood, this was pre-Oscar. There were all these activities to honor the stars. And I got interviewed by major TV shows, a Japanese TV show, German TV show. They all wanted predictions on who was going to win. And the only one I actually had a chart for was George Clooney, because the others I did not have enough information. I didn't have their birth. I had maybe their birth date, but some did not even give a real birth date. And as an astrologer, I need a real birth date. They didn't have that time. So the only one I could give a prediction for was George Clooney, and he did win. And it was beautiful because there was one red hair girl who came, and she was adorable and she wanted a reading. So I gave her a reading, and I predicted to her that she was going to be very, very famous. And she was sweet. She was just like, oh, she was very humble, very sweet. And she said, oh, wow, that's cool. But, I'm not famous now, but I will be, maybe I will be. But I said, no, 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 you will be famous. And now when I see her in Hollywood movies, I'm like, yes, I predicted it. She is very famous now, and she's a wonderful actress. It was fun. And then on the third day, so I wasn't, I was treated well. It was me and another woman who was a psychic. So we were the two psychic, on set, although I don't consider myself psychic, but I was an astrologer. And, we had... it was just regular. I wasn't badly treated, but and they had put this diamond on my neck that I was supposed to wear, and that diamond was worth so much money. I think it was something like $70,000. That little tiny little thing. That I had like a bodyguard following me everywhere, wherever I went. They were so afraid I was going to lose it, and I started to freak out because I didn't want anything to happen to that diamond, and I couldn't care less about that diamond anyway. But they insisted I had to wear it. And I was like, oh gosh, please get it off my neck. I don't want the rest
It was like a burden for you, right?
$70,000 diamond.
Right.
Plus, honestly, you would have put a little glass thing instead. You would not have told the difference.
Right.
Sorry. I know that's something I should not be saying, but I am saying it.
That's fine.
Anyway,
Sometimes you
so
have to spill the beans. Yeah, absolutely.
sorry. So anyway, and then George Clooney was the most adorable person. And then on the third
He won the
day,
award, right? He won the award. You gave the prediction to him, right?
yeah, no, I did not give it to him directly. I gave it to on TV, and I don't even know. I never even saw those shows, but it went on TV. I think it was there was a Spanish TV. That's where I gave that prediction, and it was true. It did happen. So
It
anyway,
got validated.
and on the third day came Angela Bassett, and she was lovely. She was wearing tennis shoes. She had an overall. She was like no makeup on. I mean, stunning, absolutely stunning. And she was there with her mother, who was a social worker, and the mother was so happy and so excited. So Angela Bassett introduced herself like I had no idea who she was. That was one actress I knew. She's amazing. And but she did not want a reading for herself, but her mother was so excited to get a reading, and it was just lovely to meet them. And after Angela Bassett asked for me, after that I had like star treatment. I had like, strawberries with chocolate. I had champagne if I wanted. Anything I wanted, I had. So it was really
In the
nice.
star. The star.
But honestly, after wearing that $70,000 diamond and being in that mansion where you needed a map to go to the bathroom, to the regular bathroom, because of course the bathroom where we were staying was not, the one we used. But I was so happy to go back to my little one bedroom apartment in Marina Del Rey. I was like, oh God, this is too much. But it was fun. And I met
Yeah.
I became very, very good friends with Jane Sibbett, who was on Friends, and with her husband Carl Fink, and I became part of their family after that, the Hollywood thing, and they invited me to their ranch every weekend, and I became very good friends with with their children, and it was just it was wonderful for me. Plus, it looks really good on my resume today,
Yeah,
all these years
absolutely.
later.
Absolutely. It does.
So
Let me
yes,
take a
I
quick
was.
break kind of thing because I'm switching to one more question. I'll just give a small pause. Editor, you can edit this part because I'm just taking a small break now. So that was fun, Michelle. I mean, now this is off camera. I mean, this is off the show now.
Okay,
But
good.
I didn't know about all of these things. I mean, you're such a
I know nobody does because nobody has ever asked me those questions. People always ask me those really serious questions. Can I
I mean,
quickly
that's
run
why I
to the
wanted.
bathroom? Do I
Yes,
have time
please.
to go quickly to the bathroom? Okay, I'll be
Uh,
back.
yeah, I'll be back as well.
Okay, I am back.
Oh, Michelle. I think
Yes.
it came.
Hi. This is fun. I like this interview. I get to
Yeah,
talk about things I've never talked about. This is great.
correct. Absolutely. I mean, in the Zoom, I mean, there's so much of leeway to actually, do a lot of things. We'll do
Yeah,
more. We'll do more. More
this
a
is
lot of other
really
things.
fun.
Probably talk about. You can give astrological readings, or we'll design another show for you exclusively.
Okay,
Do
great.
something like that
But
as
this
well.
is fun because I never get to tell the stories, and there's really, really fun stories.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to have something else as well on the plate because, I mean, I know that definitely I mean, we have to talk about astrology and all that. I mean, I think I have to add the element of fun as well, how your childhood was and how you're acting and all that, because you have all those wonderful things in your life. Why not, you know, tell that to
Thank you.
people? I thought that was the only intention. And you're such a larger than life person, as I already told you, that you have such amazing, splendorous energy in you. I wanted, yes, Michelle will be the first guest in my show.
Yes, thank you.
Let me drink some water as well. I think we are already past 1 hour, and then we'll do some more. And I think,
So, do you want to do another show? Do you want me to dress differently or have a different background or?
no, it will be a similar. That is fine. If you want, you
Okay.
can. Because this will be one episode, and I'm going to switching to this episode 2 now.
Okay.
So
Okay.
because anyway, I'm wearing the same dress.
I can change dress. I can change quickly dress, you know.
Yes, sure. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll go. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. The
Okay, good.
questions I have now, I'll
Yeah.
ask you if you. I'll
Yeah.
ask you if you. I took a quick bite.
Yeah. That's good. Mm-hmm.
The questions I may ask you, Ryan, I mean, just quickly, I'll summing up. Hmm, I asked you. I mean, I have to ask now more questions about astrology, and
Okay.
I wanted to ask about how shamanism and astrology they go together, whether they go together or not.
Okay.
Then I'm going to ask you. They call you a quantum astrologer. So, did you coin the term quantum astrology, or
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
are you the
Yeah.
one who's the pioneer for quantum astrology?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
You got my question, right? Are you the one who invented the word quantum astrology?
No, I did not. No, it was Crayon who said that about my work.
No problem. I will go into that as well. We'll go into your shamanic journey, and we'll go into your astrological charts and your book.
I am
We'll
my
go
book
into
here.
your we'll go into your yeah, Hollywood is done. We'll talk about astrology. How does astrology empower all of us?
Okay, let me
Astrology.
just get another book. Just a second.
Yeah, you can get all your books. about the pandemic.
Hi. I think I'm going to elevate my computer just a little bit. Let me elevate it just a little bit more. Here.
But anyway, you're
Anyway.
looking very, very gorgeous,
Thank
Michelle.
you. Thank you.
In blue and in white as well. I mean, looking. I mean,
Thank you. I don't
very,
often wear
very,
white. Thank you.
very splendid. Yes.
Thank you.
Do you think I should? Shall I change my thing as well? I mean,
It's up to you. No, you look fabulous like that. No, you look great.
thank you.
No, it's just so that it looks like it's a different day, but you can totally wear the same. That's not a problem.
Correct. About your charts, and I mean, these are easy. I'll talk about your despacho and your. What was that? I mean, shaman. You have a shaman school, right?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll just ask. Hey, tell me about your shaman school, and you can tell the details. I mean, my part is always easy. I ask the
yeah.
questions, and the remaining things
And
you
then
tell.
I keep going and going.
you can, you can. I mean, you can just traverse in your life. I mean,
That's why, don't worry about, I can talk.
correct.
It might be a problem to shut me up, actually, but I can talk.
So,
Yeah, okay.
so what I'll say is I'll because we spoke about a little bit of astrology and Hollywood in the first episode. I'm going to conclude the
Yeah.
first episode now,
Yes.
or shall I conclude the first episode, or
I don't know. It's up to you. It's your show. I'm just answering
no? I
questions.
was just thinking. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Let me. If I have to ask you to wear that thing in the end, if you can, in the end, that the same dress, just for one shot, probably.
So I have to go back and change?
No, not now. Later. I mean, just
Okay,
for that
yeah.
one question.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. Welcome back to Spirit Talks, where we're going to discuss about the spiritual journeys and esoteric journeys of different spiritual teachers and esoteric masters. And I'm welcoming back in the episode 2 of Spirit Talks, yet again with the gorgeous and beautiful shaman herself, Michelle Karen. Michelle, welcome back to my show, Spirit Talks. So we'll talk more about now. We'll dig. So sorry. Or else, shall I start again? Let me start again. This edit this part. I mean, I'm going to introduce. I'm going to start episode 2 again.
Okay.
Welcome back to Spirit Talks. I'm your favorite host, Sharath, and we are going to talk about the spiritual journeys and esoteric journeys of spiritual teachers and esoteric masters from different parts of the world. And we are back again with the lovely, gorgeous, and the mystical shaman and astrologer herself, Michelle Karen. Michelle, welcome back to my show, Spirit Talks.
Thank you so much, Sharat. I'm so excited to be here again. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we spoke about your life, about your childhood, about your psychic abilities, about your awakening process, so to speak, and how you became famous in different regards in astrology, and how you delved into the La La Land, the the magic land of Hollywood acting, and the song as well, which made you famous. And we had such fun. I mean, I had such fun talking to you, and even I'm pretty sure my audience as well enjoyed that show, the episode 1, equally. And you gave us so much of wonderful information. It was so educational, fun. It was brilliant. I mean, you have so many different facets, positive facets to your life. And I'm getting to know about your journey, unraveling your life journey as a spiritual master, shaman, astrologer, and an actress as well. I haven't. I mean, I don't know if anyone have such life journeys. I mean, I haven't seen anyone who's an astrologer, shaman, and an actress. And I don't think. I mean, definitely this is historic. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's no one like you. So I commend you for that. You're such an amazing person. Your vibes are very positive. You're such a wonderful person.
Thank
So
you.
thanks for being my guest again. I mean, I'm so privileged and honored. I feel so blessed to be hosting the show with you. So my question in this episode will be, let's plunge back into your astrological journey. After your acting and Hollywood and stuff. Basically, I mean, why did you transition into astrology? And my other question will be, what is how did shamanism and astrology happen? I mean, how do they go together? Tell me about your astrological journey and your shamanic journey, and how is the confluence like?
Well, as I said in the first episode, I studied astrology when I was 14 years old, and I was an astrologer after that. I never had actually a regular job. I always made a living with astrology. And shamanism was always a very deep interest of mine. I always read all those magical stories of the books of Lynn Andrews, and I was always very called by the magic, and it felt like amazing stories of incredible things that would happen. And of course, being born in Finland and being half Finnish, it's a land of the shamans, Finland. It's the end of land, and you can see in the forests, in the lakes, in the midnight sun, in the rocks, there is a magic in the land. And the epic story of the Finns, the Kalevala, is a shamanic story. So I was brought up with an understanding of the rocks, an understanding of the plants. I was a little girl when we went to Finland one time we went by plane for the holidays, and when we returned, my parents did not understand why we had so much excess luggage, and they had to pay a lot of money, and they were very upset about it. And when they opened the suitcases, it was me having put rocks all over in between the clothes. So they were very mad at me for that. And it took many, many years for me to return to shamanism, or to be initiated as a shaman. I never even thought, really. I was always drawn to shamanism. I always wanted to meet shamans, but it didn't happen until much later. So when I was living in Washington, D.C. as a teenager, I saw one time a picture of Machu Picchu, and I fell in a trance for 3 days. And I knew I had lived there. I knew I would return one day. I just didn't know how that would happen. And it happened many years later when I lived for the first time in Arizona, because I've been back and forth between Arizona and California. I was in LA, then I moved to Arizona, then I went back to LA for 5 years. Now I'm back in Phoenix, most probably to stay, because I love it here. And what happened was that I had met a very good friend who was Colombian, and that's also how I landed in Colombia, and who knew Peru very well, who spoke Spanish, and who was going to Peru, and who was a shaman himself. And I begged him to take me with him, and we did go to Peru together, and it was supposed to be a 1-week trip. And I knew something was going to happen, and we got into a head-on train collision in the jungle on the 24th of December 2004. And instead of staying just 1 week, we ended up staying a month. Actually, it was almost 3 months, because he had pre-broken ribs and could not travel. So we ended up staying, and that's how the Keros came into my life, and that's how I started getting initiated by them. And they saw me as a reincarnation of an Inca princess, and they also saw me as the reincarnation of the most powerful Sha woman in Atlantis. And they made me the godmother of 2 Kero children, so I'm the godmother. So when I go there, they call me Conmadre. And one of my little godson, Daniel, is always so excited when I come to Peru, and it's always a big event, and I take him to a nice restaurant, and they're just beautiful people. But I wasn't, and everything started as everything in my life in a very organic way. Because before the head-on train collision, which was pretty bad, it was really two trains, bumping into each other. Nobody died, but there were many, many wounded, broken jaws and broken legs and broken everything. And for some interesting reason, I was actually standing in the train at the time of the collision and nothing happened. I did not even have a scratch, which was technically impossible. But I attribute that to the day before meeting Doña Maria. And Doña Maria was one of the Alta Messiacs. And the Alta Messiacs, there's three in the world, and they are like the popes of the Queros. So the Queros are a tribe. I don't know exactly how many Queros there are, but probably around 40,000. And when the conquistadores came, they retreated in the glaciers where they lived all these centuries. And they came down in 1954 for the first time because Don Manuel Quispe, who was the Alta Masayoc at that time, had a dream that if the Queros did not start to initiate little brother, little sister, us, the world was going to oblivion. So they came down and they started picking some people, and I was actually very blessed to be picked by them because of my past lives, because they are seers, so they see, they recognize people, they see who they are. Okay, sorry, I have to do a little thing here that we have to take out.
Let me also
So
just look at
they,
my phone for a second.
yeah,
Somebody was
good.
texting me regarding, I don't know who is this. No. Nothing regarding this interview.
Okay,
Wonderful.
good. I don't know what happened in my eye.
Yes, go ahead. Just
Okay,
editor, edit this small part, and
yes, good.
she will continue the first answer. Go
Yes.
ahead.
So, yeah, so they started initiating me, and I really did not understand what was going on at first. And it's when I came back to Arizona 3 months later that I realized I had changed. I had physically changed. I had a very hard time getting back to civilization. And very shortly after, I returned to Peru, on my own. And then things continued there. And then they started asking me to bring people to Peru, which was very bizarre to me because I was not going to do any mystical trip or anything like that. It was absolutely not in my intentions. So I started, I put together, but they insisted so much. So I put together a trip, and only one person signed up. So that was perfect. I had done it. It was not going to happen. I refunded the person, done. But they insisted again, and this time I had 5 people signed up, and I was going to cancel it again. And this one guy from Switzerland said, "Michelle, you can't cancel the trip. I bought my shoes." I'm like, what? What kind of an argument is that? But I ended up doing the trip, and throughout the trip we took pictures of his shoes because without his shoes, nothing would have happened. And after that, it never stopped. People kept asking me to bring them to Peru and to work with the Queros. And then one day, the Queros said to me, "You have to teach shamanism." I'm like, no, that is not happening. Okay, this is not happening. And they said, "Well, no, it's okay. We will teach. I'm going." It was my teacher, Don Pascual, one of my teachers, Don Pascual, said, "Oh, that's okay. I will teach. Bring me to LA." By that time, I was living in LA again, and I will do the school. I said, "Cool, okay, I'll do that." So I gathered a few people who were interested in studying, and he came, and it was quite a drama, his coming to LA. um, okay, do you want the story? Do you want that story? Because it's a very funny story.
Please.
Um,
Because I
the
want fun to be part of this show as well. So please share the tidbits of your, the kind of
Well,
stories you have
first,
relate to my
so
audience.
first I had to, I was woken at 4 in the morning by the police in Atlanta, and they said we have a very strange little man here because they're very short, the Kiros. And I asked him actually, why are you so short when you say you're coming from the Incas, you're descendants of the Incas? The Incas were very tall and you're very short. And Don Modesto, one of my teachers, took off his sandals because they always wear sandals, even though they were in the glaciers forever. And he showed the sole of his feet, and he said, "Oh, it's because we walked so much; it took to rub off, skin came off." So they have a great sense of humor. They take themselves, they take their work extremely seriously, but they don't take themselves very seriously. And so at 4 in the morning, I'm woken up by the customs in Atlanta, and they say we have this weird little guy who has a strange attire, who doesn't speak any language, but he had a paper with my name and my address, and my phone number. That's why they found me and called me. And he has feathers. What feathers are these? And I'm like, oh no, he brought his condor feathers. This is not good. I did not remember to tell him that this is illegal here. So anyway, so I pretended I did not know what they were, and they just confiscated those feathers, and he landed in LA. And I had told him, stay in the airport. I'm coming to get you. Don't worry. And when I arrived, he was nowhere to be seen, and I found him completely by accident because he was so short, and others, people are tall, and
Right.
he was in the middle of the crowd outside of the airport waiting for me. So I had another of my students was coming and from Finland. So I put him in the car in the parking lot, and I said, "Wait for me. I'm going to go and get this other student who is coming from Finland," and she was going through customs in LA, and it was taking forever. And it took literally forever. So I'm thinking, oh, probably he's hungry. So I grabbed something at Starbucks. I went back to the car. I get to the car. This is LA, okay? Middle of the
Right.
parking lot, underground parking lot. The car is completely open with all the bags, everything there, and no Kero in sight. And I'm thinking, oh my God, where did he go? So I'm trying to think as a Kero, and where would he go? So I'm thinking a tree, something natural, and there's no tree here. So I'm like pacing up and down the parking lot thinking, where in hell could he be? And all of a sudden, half an hour later, he's just like happily coming out, through the parking lot, walking. He had gone to the bathroom. And I'm like, what? I said, okay, you stay in the car. I'm locking you in, and you stay there. I was very happy with the food and the
There's a chance
drink.
of him getting lost, right? You were so
Oh
scared.
my gosh. So I went back to get my other student, and finally she arrived. Now everybody is in the car. I'm like, whew, okay, we're good. And I dropped my friend, my student off, and then I dropped him. I had rented an Airbnb for him so that he would be comfortable. And it happened to be in a house that was not very far from my house, but still you had to drive to go between the two places. And it was owned by this elderly lady who used to be, I think she was an opera singer or something like that. She used to be famous, but I had no idea who she was. Anyway, she was very lovely. He had his own room, his own bathroom, everything was good. So I said to him, look, rest, and I will come and get you in the morning for the school. So, I brought him food and everything, and I go home, I prepare my apartment and all that for the next day. The next morning I arrive, as I said, at 7 a.m. And this poor lady, she is like totally in disarray. Her hair all over the place. She's in her, nightgown, and she's like, "Michelle, you look like a nice lady, but seriously, he cannot stay here." And I'm like, "What happened now?" Well, it so happened that she had a couple, an Australian couple, staying with her, and after I left, he had offered healings. And actually, just before I left, he had offered healing. So because he didn't speak English or anything, I translated for him. And I said in front of that couple and to that lady that he was a shaman from Peru and he wanted to offer healings if they were interested. And the Australian lady got up and she's like, I only accept healing from our Lord Jesus the Christ. And I'm thinking, oh my God, this is not good at all. This is not good. So I said, okay, that's fine. And I told, Don Pasquale, just, I don't think they're really interested in healings. We're all good, everything good. Well, after I left, that lady got so concerned about the elderly lady that she started doing all these prayers on her to save her soul and etc. and etc. And when she was done, the husband took over and started doing that. And when they were done, Don Pasquale thinking, oh, it's prayer time with his call, his thing, his rattle and his stones and his mesa, that's the mesa that you get when you become a shaman. He just starts to do healing on her, And the poor woman, she was an atheist. She didn't believe in anything. And she's like, what happened to me? Why do all these people pray on me? I don't even believe in prayer. I don't believe in anything. And when that was over, he started going for a walk, and it's LA, so he has all his, his poncho, red poncho, and he's a small guy.
What is it called? What is it called again for my viewers?
It's just a poncho, it's their ceremonial poncho that's very red and white and very beautiful, very ornate, and they have this hat, with a big hat, and it shows the level of the shaman. It shows all who you are as a shaman. Very decorated with beads and with a pompon. I mean, honestly, even in Hollywood, even in LA, where people sometimes are coming out of a movie set, at 7 a.m., he looked a little out of place even there.
Got it.
And after a while, he got a little tired of walking up and down the street, so he sat on the side of the street, and he's just sitting there. And the neighbors who know that this is an elderly lady, she has people coming and renting rooms from her, and they keep an eye on her, which is a nice thing to do as neighbors, right? They got a little concerned and they called the police. Now the police shows it was one thing after the other, and the police shows up, and of course he doesn't speak anything, he doesn't speak English, he doesn't speak anything, so they got also a little concerned, and that's why this lady said, no, he can't stay here. But I said, look, I'm sorry, please, he won't be around, I will pick him up in the morning, leave him at night to sleep, it's just to sleep here, so please. So she said, okay. And then, so that's the first day. We haven't even started the first day, okay? So we are coming to my house, and I say to him in the car, I say, well, so what are you going to teach us today? And he said, oh, I'm not teaching. I said, excuse me? I said, what do you mean you're not teaching? And he said, no, you are teaching. I said, no, you don't understand. I have students. They came to be taught by you. What am I going to talk about? I mean, no. And he just let me there. And the students were there, and the school is starting. And he's sitting next to me, eating cookies. He loved my cookies. And I was left to teach.
So you make cookies as well?
No, no, I don't really have time or the interest, but I could, but no, not now. Anyway, I had bought those cookies. So, and I started teaching, and 5 days went by, and I taught for 5 days. He didn't teach, he just was munching on cookies. But there was one drama after the other, because the next day he wanted to call his wife and his kids in Peru. So we called them, and the kids are freaking out because the mother's bleeding to death. I mean, there's all these things going on. And he's very relaxed, very tranquil, all like there, peaceful. And I said, well, shouldn't we do something? And he's like, oh yeah, you do your distance healing thing that I had taught the previous day. And he's just sitting there on the couch while I'm doing my thing, and like a little freaking out because this is a serious matter. And I'm doing my healing the way I learned how to do it, and I'm doing it. And he's like munching on cookies. That's all he did for 5 days. And then I said, well, he said, oh, very good. And then I said, well, shouldn't we call to see how she's doing? And he said, yeah, sure, if you want. So we called. I mean, he's so relaxed over the whole thing, and I'm the one freaking out. So so we called his wife, and indeed things had stopped. The bleeding had stopped. Everything had stopped. He said, "You see, you're very good." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, what am I into?" And then I realized later on that really he just tricked me. That was he knew I was not going to teach. He knew I was not super confident in my abilities to do healings, and it was just a trick to just get me to do it. And
Correct.
it worked. It totally
It worked, right?
worked.
It worked.
And he made my life unbearable. He really did. Because also the last night
Conflict,
he
right?
was freaking out. It's like hucha hucha, and hucha means in Quechua it means dark energy. And I'm like, what happened? What happened? And there was like a little bit of dust under his bed, and I'm like, you're a shaman. I mean, what the hell, Can't you deal with hucha? I mean, this is what we do as shamans, right? So anyway, he couldn't stay in that house. He had to stay at my place. And I was not too excited about that because I was not living in a big home in Hollywood, So I was not really excited about that. But anyway, he made it hell so that I had to get him. And then he wanted us to wash his sheet every day. And I said, we can't do that. We are in a drought here in LA. We have to conserve water. We can't even take 2 showers a day. We have to be very careful with water. We can't even, at the time, we couldn't even water our lawns. I mean, come on. And then as I'm driving through LA, he saw homeless people and he couldn't understand the concept because in Peru, if somebody is homeless, everybody's going to help out. He couldn't understand how people in what is supposed to be a rich country would be homeless. So there were all sorts of things that were not computing for him because it was such a jump in consciousness, in civilization, in history, and everything. So it was actually quite
It's a
complicated.
different journey again. Different journey,
Yeah,
like
it's a whole
astrology,
different way
another
of
journey into
thinking.
shamanism.
And then on top of that, I still had the customs on my back. They were writing and calling and wanting to know about those feathers. And there he is, throwing coca leaves, and coca leaves are, the way of divination for the. So I don't even know how he made it with coca leaves, to be honest, through the customs. They didn't see it, I guess, but he had coca leaves with him. So he's throwing the coca leaves, and I'm like going through all the stuff that they're asking me to answer, the customs. And I'm saying, Don Pasquale, we have to say the truth. These are condor feathers. And he's like, no, the coca leaves say we have to lie. And I said, no, we cannot lie. I don't care what the coca leaves say. We cannot lie. We have to say the truth. This is customs. This is the FBI. This is, I don't know who they are. They are going to find out anyway. So we can't lie. No, the coca leaves. I said, stop with the coca leaves. We can't. We have to say things as they are. So I mean, we were like in La La Land there,
Very
literally.
different,
And then
strange
we had to
experience you
go.
had with the shamans.
So I did say the truth, and I talked to them on the phone, and I tried to explain he's not here to stay. This is his instrument of work. This is what they were gotten ethically in Peru. He's going back to Peru. This is where he works. He needs his feathers. Anyway, they never accepted that, and they ended up destroying them, which was really sad, but
That was, mm,
that's how it went. So
quickly,
anyway, and then,
Michelle, I wanted to ask you this, the part 2 of the question. So tell me about the confluence of astrology and shamanism, and then later I'm going to ask you about your astrological journey and charts, and definitely your other talent, writing, and your books as well. Tell me, I mean, how they are correlated. How do you correlate and have a confluence of astrology and shamanism, which is now what you're practicing?
They're actually very complementary of each other because astrology is based on the stars, obviously, and it gives very specific cycles and dates, and so it's very mental in many ways. You're reading charts, whereas shamanism is energetic. You listen to nature. If an owl lands on your balcony, it has a meaning, it has a message. If you find a reindeer crosses your path, it has a message, a meaning. And so I find that for me it's wonderful to have both those techniques, or I don't know if you call them techniques, or those arts, more like it, because in astrology I can go so far, but I can explain things to people and make them aware of certain things, of cycles, and how to ride those cycles elegantly. And in shamanism we can do some deeper energetic work. Like, it's, to me, shamanism is like indigenous psychotherapy. And when we are able, we can work on the past, we can resolve things, and there's a lot of images. Everything is images in shamanism, which really helps also people understand. So even in astrology, I won't say, you have Saturn in the 6th house, blah, 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 because most people, it flies right over their head and it doesn't add anything. And I myself, as an astrologer, I'm very annoyed by when I read astrological reports where they give all this astrological jargon, because what you want is interpretation. And even as an astrologer, even if I know what these things mean, I still want the interpretation of how others see it, or what is their understanding of it. And I think that's a bit, astrology can become very mental, whereas shamanism is never mental. It's always at a feeling level, at an imaginary, you see images. It's not imagination, but it's seeing images. You
Wow.
journey, you work with your dreams, you work with the language of your psyche, which is images. So it's wonderful to have those two, to be able to navigate between the two, and to use both to help people live a much more conscious, happier, fulfilled life.
Absolutely. That's where I'm heading. Tell me what is, because I have heard you are a quantum astrologer. Tell me how your life as a quantum astrologer is like, and what is quantum astrology? Because there are a lot of things which I mean, please clear the air of quantum astrology for all the viewers of Mana TV International.
Well, I did not say that to myself. I did not talk about quantum astrology. It was a channeling of Lee Carroll, channeling Cryon, who said that I am a master astrologer, the first one to bring quantum astrology to this planet, and that I read the Akashic records directly. And he said that in several channelings. So, but I was very grateful for that, for one very specific reason, was that there was something I was doing in astrology that I never understood, that never made sense. Because as an astrologer, and I'll tell you the story, is that I was in Latvia at the time, and I was giving a conference there. And at the time, I used to see people, do readings in person. I don't anymore. I do them on the phone or on Skype, but I don't do them in person anymore. And at that time, so I had all these people coming, and seeing me. And this lady, I'm doing her reading, and she's like, wow, that's exactly true. This is what happened. I mean, everything I was saying, she was saying, yes, yes, yes. And then she looks over my shoulder and she says, wait a minute, I wasn't born in May. I wasn't born in 66. That's not my chart. And I'm thinking, oh no. And she said, but everything you said to me was correct. How is that possible? I said, well, and I had zero explanation. I said, well, I guess astrology works in mysterious ways because I really had no explanation. It didn't make sense to me either. How could I be reading correctly the wrong chart? It didn't make sense because astrology is very mathematical. It's based on mathematics. So, it's not something you invent stuff. You read what is there. So right after that lady came the rightful owner of that chart, and I should have read it technically exactly the same way because I was reading twice in a row the same chart. Well, the interpretation was completely different, and that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Saturn in Capricorn is Saturn in Capricorn, period. You just, it's not in another sign. It's like, it makes no sense. So when that channeling came through, it explained to me what I was doing is that I was actually using the chart in order to access information that was quantum, that was in the quantum field, that was multidimensional, and that I was able to, and sometimes I get images of past lives for people sometimes. So I don't consider myself psychic really, because I do need a drawing of a chart to speak. I can't do it like that. I can't look at you and start talking. I can't. So I'm still reading the chart, and I have a very extensive knowledge of astrology. I studied at the Faculty of Astrological Studies in London. I've read I don't know how many books. I've done thousands and thousands and thousands of charts. So I have a very solid knowledge of astrology, but I'm doing something that goes somewhat beyond that. I don't know. And I see threads of colors, and when I look at a chart, the planets start to talk to me. I see images, I see things, but I need the drawing of an astrological map to be able to speak. So that's the best explanation I can give you because I don't have any
Yeah,
more.
I mean, it's so enlightening to all of us. I mean, definitely, I learned, it cleared a lot of air around quantum astrology and how it works, even without actually having the data in hand. How you actually can quantumly, in a mysterious fashion, as well do the reading. So, just my other question will be a similar one. I just wanted to ask you. Give me a second, Michelle. I forgot the question. editor, editor, edit this part, please. I have to give a small pause for them.
Okay. Can I take a 2 minutes pause? Do you mind?
Yes, please, please, please.
Okay. Okay.
All right. No problem. You can actually, Michelle,
Yeah.
you can, if you want to have any food or something, you can actually go ahead and have it.
Okay. Sorry. I'm back. I'm back. Hi.
I mean, doing things on Zoom is so different. No, if you want to have some lunch or food, you can have
No,
it.
no,
I
no,
mean,
no. I'm good. I'm good. It's just that because I was doing something with my eye, my makeup was going out, and I realized that I had none left. So there it is. Okay. I'm good. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. This is fun.
but you look beautiful as always.
Thank you. I tell you, makeup
huge
melts
fan.
on me, so after a while it just goes. Anyway,
Yeah.
yes, I'm back.
Yes. My question. Yeah. Let me center myself.
I love your questions, by the way. They're really good.
Now, this question will be a little technical, which you will answer it because you are the master astrologer. I'm going to mix up the quantum field. I'm going to mix up Akashic records. I'm going to mix up shamanism if you want to. I don't know. And also the charts. You said that you are a person. You're not a psychic in that sense where you see the person. But how do you? I mean, there's not a question anyway. I'm just going to ask. There's a discussion right now off the show. Editor even edit this part too. This is not part of the show because
Okay.
I'm giving them specific instructions.
Yeah.
Already. Part of the shows, facing cameras and all that. So Michelle, such a wonderful explanation about quantum astrology to all our viewers of Mana TV International about, what exactly it is. What is your insight on that? And you're being so humble and so innocent at times, where you said that you're not a psychic and things, but I can see so many psychic abilities in you. From the kinds of uh, things I've read about you in magazines and your different interviews as well, and I know your real work toward humanity at large. My question is, it's a little paradoxical, but as you said, you are a person who deals with mathematics, the charts and stuff, and you also said that as well, Krayan as well said that you are a master astrologer who can peek into the Akashic records and tell their past lives, or maybe dig out whatever is there in their records there. So how do you combine these, and is there any connection with the shamanic journey of yours as well? Do you integrate all your technical skills when you do a reading? How do you do your reading actually?
That's a very difficult question. No, I have my astrology brain and my shaman brain. So it's very different. And when I'm reading a chart, I'm not bringing in my shamanic knowledge. And when I do my shamanic work, I do not bring the astrology in. It's two very separate, but they complement each other. So it's good to have both. If somebody really wants to do serious work on themselves, it's great to know what your astrology is saying, what the cycles are about, when they will end, how long they will last, and how to write elegantly all the changes that are occurring. And with shamanism, we create a mythic map. For example, if you do a soul retrieval for someone, if we have had, like, for example, a shock and we were not ready to integrate the lesson, we go into a soul loss. So part of our soul just detaches and goes into the void. And the work of the shaman is to journey to get it back and retrieve it so that the person can be whole again and function as an entire entity in their lives. And the problem also of soul loss, which happens, if, for example, we are served divorce papers and we're not ready for that, or we're not expecting that, or we had a car accident, or we saw something horrible that we couldn't process. The problem is that we reincarnate even as fragmented beings. And this is why even today, there are some people, you can give them all the love, all the consciousness in the world, and it will go into a black hole because their souls are not complete. They are fragmented. So it's the role of the shaman is very different from the role of the astrologer. The astrologer is going to give you dates. It's going to give you a plan that's very linear. Whereas in shamanism, we enter sacred time, which is circular time. So it's actually very interesting to have those two parts of my brain functioning
Right.
together.
Kind of a dichotomy, but somehow you balance both of them well.
Well, to me, it makes me feel more complete, you know, even in my personal life, because I pay tremendous attention to animals that are crossing my path. I'm always researching the metaphysical properties of plants. And again, I don't do ayahuasca or San Pedro, the Keros do not, and I absolutely do not believe that this is even necessary on a shamanic path. So I'm a drugless shaman. And I pay a lot of attention to my dreams. Like I keep a dream journal and I write my dreams in the morning and I type them out, I study them. I mean, I live in that world of vision, of images. And there's so much information and it gives so much wealth and richness to life when you pay attention to all those things. So I'm constantly listening to messages from nature, and that's how I like to live. I don't go and look at the ephemerides every day. You know, I have to because people ask me, where's the moon? Where is this? Where is that? You know, and I have to keep a little track of all that. But I don't, that's not my first thought in the morning to check what's going on in the stars. I try to stay away from that as much as possible. But I check my chart, I check my transits, which is how the planets are affecting my natal chart when, you know, from time to time where there is something I'm not understanding, or why is this happening, or why is there a series of things happening like that, then I will check my chart. But I think it's important to live in a more intuitive way, you know, to be very present to the present and to be as normal as possible, because I see that so much in those spiritual realms, people who become so dissociated from normal life and normal people that you become out of reach and out of touch with reality. And as a shaman, that's the nice thing about it, is that we have to be very grounded. You know, it's not a path of la la land. It's not a path of spiritual imagination. It's a path where everything is very concrete and everything is verified and everything has meaning, you know?
It's more real than the real world. I mean, it's about
Well,
energy.
it's not more real than the real world. I wouldn't say that, but it makes the real world more meaningful, richer, more full, more expansive.
You're talking about more abundance.
Yes, absolutely. It's wonderful. Paying attention to our dreams is amazing. Sorry. Yes.
I'll definitely start maintaining a dream journal from now on. I mean, I had that in mind for a while, but now you reinforce that thought in my mind. I'll definitely do that. Thanks for
especially now, you know, and especially now with all the stuff that's going on in the world, we really need to pay attention to our dreams, because, you know, amazing things come from our dreams. Novels came out of dreams, painting came out of dreams, songs came out of dreams, musical compositions came out of dreams, even scientific discoveries came out of dreams, or archaeological, you know, connections came out of dreams. So it's very important, and one of the keys is to not wake up, you know, not change positions when you wake up in the morning, and try to, first thing, don't get up, don't drink any water, just focus on gathering images from your dream and write them down in whatever you remember. If it's an image, if it's a word, if it's whatever it is, and that will pull the rest of the dream in. And do not try to interpret your dreams either. Just put a title, a date and a time and a place, if you travel as much as I do. I also put the place. And what I do in my dream journal is that I put it on the right hand side, and the left I keep blank, and I will write things that come to me, you know, like what was going on in my life at the time of the dream, or is there, you know, anything that afterwards, you know, or research, like one time I was dreaming of this big bowl of beautiful oranges, so I started researching, what does orange stand for, what is the color, what is the fruit, what is the metaphysical properties, the healing, health properties of the fruit. So I started writing all that in the left hand side. And that's how you work with your dreams. So don't try to get a dictionary of dreams, because it works for the person who wrote it, but nobody else. And don't try to interpret your dreams either. Just let the meaning unravel, and maybe it won't, or maybe it will, a month later, a week later, a year later. But just let it simmer, let it be there in the background, and then the rest will develop from there.
I mean that with that a question arises in my mind right now, Michelle. Give me a second. Suddenly broadcast. Am I audible, Michelle?
Yeah,
You can hear me
yeah,
well, right? Yeah.
very good. Yeah,
Yes.
excellent.
Yeah. So with that, I mean, that was really wonderful about your deep insights about dreams and the dream journal and writing about whatever pops in your mind without any interpretations and any preconceived notions in your mind. My question is, I mean, suppose I maintained a dream journal, suppose from tomorrow, and I did that for a couple of months or maybe 6 months. I'm writing down whatever is popping in my mind. The first thing in the morning, I write down everything. Uh, to make sense for that journal, is there any way to go back in time when you started, or to some of the pages, and is there any way to actually read them at leisure and find out what's going on in your life, or is there
Oh,
any
yes.
other way to use it?
Yeah, definitely. That's very important to go back to your dreams, because it's important to start to become acquainted with your dream landscape. Like, I know, for example, when I dream that I'm moving, it means in my life that I'm changing levels of consciousness, that a new chapter is opening in my life. But that's me. And then sometimes we may dream of someone, and it's not about that person, but it is what that person represents in my life. Sometimes it is about that person. And then it's recognizing the types of dreams, because there are premonitory dreams. They are, that are announcing something that's going to happen. Or there are dreams that are just, stress dreams, where you're just releasing the stress of the day. Or there are dreams that are reminding you of something. Or there are dreams, they are recurring dreams. And these are very important to pay attention to, because these are dreams that are coming with little variations, but it's always the same dream, and it's something we are working out. And for example, if we encounter in our dreams a difficult situation or a dangerous person, it's very important to face that situation, and we have to endeavor in our dream to face that person and not run away, or face that situation and not run away. So we can, and as we work things out in our dream world, we are also going to affect our waking hours and this reality. I don't know which reality is more real, honestly. I think both are real in a different
Right.
way. And we spend a lot of time dreaming and sleeping, and it's important that we also use that to continue our growth, because really, I believe our life is to reach enlightenment. Our life is to reach happiness, and it's to be joyful and to fulfill our highest destiny, which is to be as complete as we can be, as transparent as we can be. And dreams help us enormously in reaching that goal, I think.
Correct. Wonderful, wonderful. That reminds me of one story of a Zen master where, I mean, I'll just sum up quickly. He said that in my dream, I woke up as a butterfly. And when I woke up, now I'm a human being. Now he started asking his disciples, now I don't know who I am. Am I a butterfly or a human being? So, as you said, we don't know. And I think the spiritual quest will eventually let us know. And I know that you will as well enlighten our audience and me with different insights and golden nuggets about spirituality and astrology and shamanism. And I think it's 4:44. What a timing! 4:44. I
Wow.
just thought.
Yes. Oh my gosh, we've been speaking for a long time.
Right.
Time flies when we're having fun.
Shall we do one last episode? Can you
Yeah,
change?
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to change that. Do you the background? We're okay keeping the same background?
Yeah. The same. Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah.
Michelle.
Yes.
Michelle, please come back. Please come back once.
Yes. I'm back.
I'm concluding this episode.
Yeah.
This episode I'm concluding. I'm going to conclude this episode.
Okay, so let's
So you'll
put
be
this
in
back.
the. I mean, you just be there. You don't talk, but I'm just going to talk about. See.
Okay, just a second. Let me put my earrings back on. I was already taking them off.
Meantime, let me
Okay,
sip my
yeah.
Coke. Sip my
Okay.
Coca-Cola. I hope
Okay,
you are not
so-
against drinking Coca-Cola because because
No, I was drinking kombucha earlier. Now I'm starting to be out of a voice, but I can still do one more.
Do you think there is correlation between episode 1, 2, and 3? It's going in a logical sequence, right? So that people
Yeah,
will.
this is wonderful. I love it. Yeah, this is really fun.
So
I think it's perfect.
I mean, I think I will change my thing, or if you want. I think
Yeah, if you want, whatever.
this time I can.
It's your
yeah.
show. It's your show. I think it's just nice to change because then it looks like a different day, you know?
Correct. Let me just switch. Okay. I mean, I'll wait for you. You also change.
No,
to
but
your-
wait, you wanted to finish. You wanted to finish
Oh,
this one.
I'm so sorry. I think in 2 hours my mind is absolutely.
You're becoming
No,
quantum
I mean,
now.
before concluding this thing, this is off camera, friends. This is not part of the interview. This is just this topic we are discussing. So edit this part as well. But I wanted to ask you one question, Michelle. I mean, I think I'll ask this question in the episode 3 as well. But
Yeah.
I mean, now I'm just a little more relaxed. While in the interviews, you have to be, just stick to that position and not go back and forth. So I was just a little tense in my body. Now I'm relaxing. The question I wanted to ask you is just off that show. When you said you have to, even the spiritual people, they get dissociated and they get distracted and different things, and there is a need to come present and be present in the moment.
Yeah.
How much ever I meditate, I do a lot of things, and I do, be positive, I read different things, and of course I'm into all of these things. I'm pretty sure in your mental eye, or in your mind, or in your heart, what is the best way to be present to the moment, without your
Well,
mind
just,
interfering?
just do that. Is that you're very focused on what is in front of you. You don't let your mind go all over the place. You empty your mind. I mean, it's tough for me because my mind is always empty, so pretty much. So then I'm just where I am. I'm just focused on what I'm focusing on. I'm not thinking in the past and the future.
Because a lot of people in these times as well, they have the worry that what will happen to my job and my money and my
Yeah.
parents, and
Well, I think, but that's like putting a hypothetical future. We don't know. Unless something hits you, don't extrapolate. Don't start to go into hypothetical whatever, because we don't know if it's going to happen or not. There's so much
how to
uncertainty.
stop that worry, and come back. Is there any technique for that, or
Well, I think the best technique is just to be focused on what's in front of you, to discipline your mind, to not start to go into a probable future, because the truth is we have many possible futures and it may or may not happen, and we are the creators of our reality if you think about it. So it's how if we worry, we're creating what we're worrying about. There's an Indian saying that man is a creature of reflection. Whatever he reflects upon, he manifests, and that's true. So if we start to focus, to be fearful of losing our job, or we're going to create that. And why? Let us focus on, I have a wonderful job, I'm making lots of money, my life is good. I'm taken care of, you know.
Correct.
Does that
How
make
about
sense?
I mean, suppose you are living with someone, and uh, I mean, if I have to see, I mean, I have my own beliefs, I have my own things to do, like I do my affirmations and all that, and their energy kind of stops me to do what I'm doing. How do I, suppose I have to approach you for a reading, suppose I have to come to your things, to your journey to become a shaman or all of that, if how to block those energies out and actually start doing, because sometimes even I'm
That's
part
tough.
of this mess.
That's tough, you know. That's why I live alone, to be honest.
Huh?
Because I feel that I don't think it's that natural to live with someone. I mean, I have views on marriage that are a little my own, but I don't think I don't. I think we should be with others when we want to be with others. But even with our marriage partner, we should not necessarily live together. You know, I think it's not completely natural. I mean, I really believe in freedom, and I really believe that we can be very committed to another, but at the same time, we should be not necessarily in each other's space all the time, because energetically, no two people are so perfectly matched that it's going to be heaven all the time. And even living alone is not always easy either, you know, because there's times where it would be nice to not be alone. So it's about finding the right balance between being alone and being together.
Wonderful. All right, I'll keep that in mind. And now I'm concluding this show, Michelle.
Yes.
So, friends, that was about the journey of Michelle Karen. One second. What did we discuss? Shamanic journey,
Yeah, we talked mostly about shamanism, I think, on this
shamanism,
part.
and quantum astrology. Yeah, right. Shamanism, quantum. Yes. So, friends, we are at the end of the episode 2, and that was about quantum astrology and shamanism, and the confluence and the complementary nature of shamanic journey and quantum astrology. And Michelle, it's again a wonderful time with you. I mean, talking about your journey and your fun stories with the shamans and the kairos and different things about your spiritual life. So we'll be back on episode. We'll be back on Spirit Talks in the next episode, and we'll talk more about her books and her readings and different aspects of her life as well, which we did not complete. And then we'll have some more fun time with Michelle. And let's wait for episode 3. Thank you, Michelle. Thanks, everybody. I hope all of you are enjoying. This is your host, Sharath, and have a fun time.
Thank you.
All right. So
Okay, so I go and change.
the
Okay.
last part, 1 second. Okay. Yeah. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Okay.
Yeah? Okay, so I'm going to
Yeah.
change.
Yeah. Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Whew.
I just was wondering, is my
Oh,
it's
good.
a little
Very nice.
crumpled, right?
Yeah, very nice. Okay, good.
I mean, is it a little crumpled or?
What?
I'm just seeing my.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks very good.
Let me look at the question, the final questions I have to see. I mean, I'm usually I mean, I don't know why I thought I will be looking at the questions, but your answers are like giving me hints to ask the next question, so I didn't feel like going back to my questions unless
Perfect.
there are some details which I forgot, especially that Grammy that Academy I said Grammy, right? So like,
Oh, that's okay. Don't worry.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah, I
Michelle.
was never proud of the Grammy. Yeah.
We will okay. We will cover the questions about. I already asked about quantum astrology. I'll ask about astrology for enlightenment and your book, other books, and your writing, and then I may ask about. You already told that you don't channel, so that's then I'll ask what is, because my show name is Spirit Talks. Who is Spirit to you, and things like that. And then I'll ask what is a typical day like for Michelle. I mean, how do you, and then your hobbies, and then you told about your family, and you spoke about you're a shaman and astrologer, and probably I mean, I'll just ask one question about astrology where it's related to the cosmos and all that and the field. And the pursue despacho I may ask you, and then I may ask about COVID-19 also,
Okay.
about the crisis.
Okay.
No, I didn't
There's a
want
lot.
to start the episode with the crisis. Basically, in the first episode should be fun and just your journey, and then somewhere I will anyway mention to people that the third episode. I mean, we'll focus about how you can counteract the fear and that you're getting paralyzed with what's happening outside, and
Mm-hmm.
grounding and being centered and all that. That way,
Yes.
people can actually
Yes.
get some insight to be more intuitive. I don't know if I'm sounding right. I took a class called How to Channel 2.0 from Marilyn Harper. So
Oh, you
uh,
did? Was it good? Did you like it?
yeah, yeah, I liked it. So she spoke about grounding yourself and then channeling. So
Okay.
I was using that as well before the interview. I used what she told me and then started asking questions on the fly. Absolutely, I thought
Perfect. That's
I'll be
wonderful.
channeling my questions, and definitely
Oh,
anyway you will
that's how
give
it
me a
should be.
wonderful answers. So
Thank you. That's how it should be. Okay.
absolutely. Mm, got it. Got it. Episode 3 is here again. All right. Let me do what Marilyn taught me. Now I'm behaving like Lee Carroll. I'm just as if greetings, dear one. I'm Brian of Magnetic Service. When I was in California in 2010, when I went to meet Lee Carroll, and
Yeah.
there I stayed at the organizers, the host's house. So the
Oh,
host
how
took me with
nice.
dinner with
Wow.
Lee Carroll and Connie
Wow.
O'Kelberry and all that. So I
Oh,
was
wow.
I was pulling the leg of Lee Carroll, saying, "Hey, how linear of you, how 3D of you," while he was
Wow.
eating his food.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
he
that's
did
what he
this.
says to us.
Huh?
That's what he says to us.
How 3D of you? So I said, I was telling you, hey, how 3D of you.
Yeah.
Got it. So that was those. Are it. I mean, it's 10 years already. It was 2010, and now we are in 2020, and with this
Mm,
pandemic,
wow.
different
Yes.
way, new times, new age, and new energy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let me jump into this.
Whew. Okay.
Welcome back, friends, to Spirit Talks. Welcome back to my show, Spirit Talks. I'm your favorite host, Sharath. And in this show, we'll broach different spiritual subjects and esoteric topics, and we'll expound various humanitarian aspects. All these wonderful teachers with their journeys and their life, and how they're empowering humanity at large, and how they're helping all of us in their own unique ways and modalities. We are back with Michelle Karen, our beautiful, gorgeous shaman and astrologer, who is as well a Hollywood actress. And this will be the grand finale show with Michelle, and we're going to talk about uh, her talents, about her writing, and her different aspects, how her day is like, and who she is typically. So we'll conclude with some wonderful insights on the world pandemic as well, and how to counteract. And we'll take tips and tricks from the beautiful Michelle. So Michelle, welcome back to episode 3 of Spirit Talks. How are you doing now?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you so much for having me again.
Absolutely. I mean, it is a lovely pleasure to have you in my show, and I'm already emotional with 2 episodes in a row with a lot of wonderful insights. Lovely tidbits of spirituality and astrology and your journey, and it is literally spilling on me and all the audience as well, because there's so much to learn from you, because you're so talented. You are a child prodigy and a genius with such lovely humility. I mean, who doesn't accept that, hey, I'm a giant? But you are a giant in your own way, and we laud you for that. I personally commend you for who you are, and who you have become now, and the way you have evolved into this spiritual giant is, it's, I don't have words to explain, basically. But thank you so much for coming back, and coming back to my show, Spirit Talks. uh, my question for the day will be about your book. The previous interview, in the previous episode, you told that we all get fragmented at a lot of different times, with different traumas and different things hitting us, and we have a soul loss. And that kind of leads to my question here, to enlightenment, because enlightenment definitely is becoming whole, one with the whole. And that's what I conceive of it as. But I want to my viewers and I want to know more about enlightenment, but in a very novel way, in the form of your book. Because I'm astonished to know, and you find out your book's name is Astrology for Enlightenment. And
Yes.
I would love you to show your book to my audience, and tell about that, and how this is new to me, because I have heard about astrology. Everyone, all of us, we have some kind of idea about astrology. I mean, whether it is with the stars and the galaxies and stuff. We'll ask about that too, and then we have a vague idea of enlightenment as well. I mean, because all of us have read something about Buddha, or Jesus, or other enlightened masters. But I was astonished to see the title Astrology for Enlightenment. First of all, tell us uh, what is enlightenment in your viewpoint, and what is your book Astrology for Enlightenment is, and why is it important, and why did you write it? How did you conceive of this, and what is it about, for my viewers and myself as well?
Well, astrology, enlightenment for me is really okay. Sorry, my stress is not right. Sorry. Can I start again? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Let's give
um,
a 5 seconds gap. Yeah, here. Editor, edit this part. Go ahead.
So, to me, enlightenment is truly the goal of life, in the sense that when we are enlightened, the way I understand it is that we are really one with all that is. We are in the I am. I am the cloud, I am the tree, I am the animal, I am the water, I am the river. And that we become transparent, and so it's not that we completely dissolve our ego, because our ego is important to, just to do things in life, but we are not run by our ego. We have this humility, and humility comes from humus. Humus is the earth, so it is about being part of the earth, understanding that we are part of nature, and we are transparent in the sense that we are not projecting our dramas or things, that we have let go of the stories of the past. We have let go of all the dramas and all the luggage that we may have come with, and we have resolved it in such a way that we're not going to be projecting our anger, or even have any misplaced anger at any moment. So it is about becoming a very pure and strong and grounded, but at the same time in a place of being a sacred witness, so that we are going through life seeing that all these stories are stories, and that we are not run by their stories. We're not run by our conditioning, wherever culture or family or education we received. It doesn't define us. We're defined by the purity of our soul and our own integrity and our connection with the divine, where we are becoming part of the divine. We are not separate from the divine.
Amazing. So tell me how did you get the idea to write this book, and to help humanity, in such a grand level? Did this come to you like a intuitive thought? Did somebody suggest you to write? Because I know that now we all know that you're a wonderful writer as well. You have so many geniuses and talents, which includes writing as well, which you said. You as well said that you are a voracious reader. And definitely, let me tell the audience that she's an amazing writer as well. I've read your book, Astrology for Enlightenment. It's written so sublimely, so beautifully written, and got so many insights from your book. But our audience and me want to know about, how did you conceive of this idea? And was it something you got it from God, or from the universe, or did somebody suggest you? How did this happen?
No, actually, that's also another funny story. Is that I was living completely, again, by accident. Things happen. I was brought to Glastonbury in England, and that's where I had my only regular job is that I was working in the postal section of an esoteric bookstore, and that lasted about 6 months. So every day I was, getting all those books, taking all the orders, putting them in a package and posting them. And one day, one book came in my hands, and I just had to stop. There was this light emanating from that book. And it was a book by Krishnamurti called Freedom from the Known. And I was so stunned that I just put it aside, thinking I'm going to read it later. And I went on with my day, and I went home and I read that book, and it changed my life. I was 21 years old at the time, and it absolutely changed my life, because Krishnamurti talks, he was Indian originally, but he was also very westernized. And he talked about, being with what is. So it's not about imagination, it's not about visualization, it's not about projecting in the future, it's about being with what is. And when I started looking at astrology, I was already an astrologer at that time. I had already finished my studies, I was already practicing as an astrologer. And I thought, astrology is based a lot on those psychological things. So you're Capricorn, you're like this, you're Cancer, you're like this, your Saturn is about this. And so it's all like concepts that we have to memorize as an astrologer. And I started thinking that where did all this come from? And this all came from the observation of nature. And I thought, is there a way to teach astrology that is not based on memorizing and putting tons of concepts that somebody else wrote or thought about in our head, but about going back to the source? And that's how Astrology for Enlightenment developed, my book, because it started first with going back to the roots, and looking at Saturn. What is Saturn? Saturn has to do with boundaries, has to do with walls, has to do with, the practical associations of each sign and each planet. And once we understand the practical associations, and also that everything in nature has a signature, like for example, tulips are from Capricorn, are ruled by Capricorn. For example, abalone shells are ruled by the moon. For example, oil is ruled by Neptune. So when we start to understand that everything in nature around us, in our homes, in our gardens, in nature, has an astrological signature, then you can start learning everything from nature directly, which is really how the Chaldean began. So I was basically not inventing anything. I was rediscovering the way astrology developed, because they saw that when there is a certain eclipse in a certain place in the universe, in the sky, then this and that happens. When a person is born at a certain time, this and that happens. So it was everything is logical. It's not like, I think the universe is a very big mathematical creation where everything holds together, everything makes sense, and it was definitely created by an intelligent being, a vastly intelligent being who really thought everything through. So Astrology for Enlightenment, the concept is, and I think it's a very revolutionary concept, that we are not just one sign, we are all the signs and all the planets. Like, women have also masculine traits and men have also feminine traits. We are more predominantly male or female, but it doesn't mean that we're entirely female or entirely male. It would be impossible to live or to understand each other if we were. So what I did in Astrology for Enlightenment was look at how each sign affects all the other signs, and how, because let's say for example you are Libra, well, that means that your second house, which has to do with finances, is in Scorpio, so you will react financially as a Scorpio. And then your third house is in Sagittarius, so you're going, and the third house has to do with everything having to do with communication, expression. So that's how you're going to react to your daily environment and communicate like a Sagittarian. Your fourth house of home, bases, domestic circumstances is in Capricorn, so you're going to be looking at dealing with your home, family circumstances as a Capricorn. So we really are all the signs and all the planets. And if we start to understand all the other aspects and how they affect and in which area of our life they affect, we're going to be able to be quantum, to live in a multi-dimensional way where we are not limited to a small area. To me it's like if we had a house and we only lived in the kitchen, well, that makes no sense, right? We also need the bathroom, we need the bedroom, we need the office, we need the corridor, we need the entrance door, we need the garden, we need all of that, to live.
Correct.
So
Absolutely.
astrology is the same. Why, if we are a Capricorn, do we need to be limited just by being a Capricorn? That's like putting us in a box. And really, we should be able to access all the aspects of ourselves. Because if we think also of reincarnation, we have reincarnated from sign to sign. So over a period of lifetimes, we are going to experience all these aspects. And one lifetime will be rich, one lifetime will be poor, one lifetime will be sick, one lifetime will be powerful, one lifetime will be miserable, one lifetime... So this is all the experiences. So the idea of Astrology for Enlightenment is to put it all in one lifetime and see how can I experience all of this in one lifetime. and that will lead to enlightenment.
Wow, that was really enlightening, Michelle. That was
Thank you.
really something. You shed a lot of light on enlightenment and astrology, and the way you uh, said how we are all the signs. We are not just one sign. I mean, per se, I am a Libran, but what you're saying is I'm not just a Libran, but I'm also Scorpio. I'm also Pisces. I'm also Taurus. I'm also Sagittarius, and all the aspects are there in me. So that leads to another question in my mind about relationships. I mean, as you mentioned, Linda Goodman. A lot of us read that wonderful book. I mean, with whether it was the sun signs or the star signs, about different things of whether I think there was another book also with the love signs also. I was just
Yes.
going there because a lot of my audience and viewers would love this question too. So when you said there are a lot of aspects, a lot of all these signs in us, and we also have the masculine and feminine together. If I'm a man, then I also have the female in me. If you are if somebody is a female, she also has the man in her.
Mm-hmm.
This common question I have for you is when kind of bringing two people together. I mean, because you said that we all have all these different things in us. So does it apply in relationships? Like, a lot of times we tend to find out about the other persons. If you're in love with the other, or if you're dating with somebody else, then you try to find out what their sun sign is. And if somebody is kind of a little smug, then probably you'll find out about those. But from you being the quantum master astrologer, I want to know, and please let our viewers also know. I mean, does matching these signs work? How does it work? And if they do, then I mean, how do you approach, or how should one approach with the sun signs of others correlating to yours?
That's a very important part of astrology. It's actually my favorite part of astrology. I think it's not, but they say, for example, a Libra will get along with another air sign, like Gemini or Aquarius. It's not quite as simple as that. It's a lot more complex because, and actually in India, there are a lot of arranged marriages, or at least there were, based on astrology, and astrologers had a very important role to play in, and still today in the Indian society. And actually, there were less divorces because of that than in other countries. So so synastry, it's called synastry when you put two charts together of two people. It's not just the sun signs, and it's also because a relationship involves good communication, being matched sexually, being matched romantically, being able to communicate correctly, dealing with order and responsibilities in a similar way, having a similar background. So there's so many aspects in a relationship, and that includes all the planets. So it's important to see, because, for example, you see people who get married and their sun signs are absolutely not what you would consider a good match, and yet their relationship lasts for decades and is very harmonious and very happy. But when you look at their charts, you realize that, they're Venus signs. So how Venus expresses how we love. Mars is our sexuality. For a woman, her Mars, the place where her Mars is in her sign is going to indicate the kind of man she's attracted to. And for a man, the Venus sign, the kind of, where Venus is in his chart is going to determine the kind of woman he's attracted to. And you can also see in the chart homosexuality. You can see if somebody is good for marriage or not. Like, for example, Elizabeth Taylor, if you look at her, the area of marriage in her chart, Well, she definitely marriage in the conventional way was a big no-no for her. It was if I had been her astrologer, I wish I had, I would have told her, look, you can have all the affairs you want and all the lovers you want, just don't get legally married, because it's just not
Right.
for you. And sure enough, she divorced what 5 times. So it's all about, we're not all equal. Some people do very well in partnership. Others are too independent for that, and that's where astrology can help us. So in a chart, when you put two people together and you compare their charts and you see how they interact with each other, it's going to give you a sense of their strengths, their weaknesses, and it's going to help, see in advance what areas are going to be very strong and what areas are going to be possible areas of friction. And also, some people can be wonderful on their own, and then you put them together, and it's a disaster because they press each other's buttons in horrible ways. And maybe those people are better off staying friends and not being lovers or getting married. And other people, they become more by associating with someone. For example, if you see those groups, for example, the Beatles, it's actually very interesting because when you see the original Beatles and how their charts were matching, when one fell off, all of a sudden the group became very powerful and very famous. So that's also important. Like, for example, as if you're going to have an employee as a boss, well, you don't want to put in a position of 9 to 5 and having to pay attention to details a Sagittarius. Poor person, poor Sag is going to be completely miserable in that job. But you would put the Sag in a position where he has to travel and meet people and be exuberant and travel and move. And to the 9 to 5 job, you would requiring a lot of attention to details. You would probably place a Virgo there. But again, it's too general because not all Virgos are the same, not all Capricorns are the same, not all Libras are the same, because that is our sun sign, the sign where our sun is, but there is also the sign where our Venus is, where our Mars is, where Mercury is, where our Jupiter is, where our Saturn is, etc. And that creates a very complex fabric that explains the differences that we have and how multidimensional we all are. But definitely, when you meet someone, and I would never say to a person, this person is not right for you, because if they met, there is a reason. If they appreciate each other, they enjoy each other's company, then they have something to learn from each other. Now, are they meant to get married? Are they meant to live their whole life together? Maybe not. Maybe, but maybe not. So it's more about seeing what do we get from this journey, from meeting this person, for what do we have to learn from this situation. And that's where astrology is very, very incredibly useful.
Thank you. That was as well very much enlightening. You cleared a lot of air about the relationships aspect of astrology and how to approach astrology and sun signs and the star signs. But this will again be edited. Okay. Suddenly, I'm so engrossed in your answers that I'm forgetting the other question. Seriously, it's so beautiful.
That's okay.
The way it is, because I was just listening to the way you're putting it. It's so beautifully, Michelle.
Thank
Seriously.
you.
Uh,
Thank you.
I'm enjoying thoroughly. Basically, I'm enjoying this sessions. I mean, you have no idea how many goosebumps I had inside, because inside me, I'm just all goosebumps inside. Beautiful, beautiful.
That is
I was
good.
waiting for this day, very coveted moment for me to interview you. I mean, in this fashion, a very at length manner. Quickly, I'm so glad you gave me this time. Okay, let me center myself and give you this question. So, Michelle, that was so enlightening. The answers you gave, how to approach relationships in a quantum way, and that way you bring out the best in you and the other, and go about, and how you will go further will be your take. As you said, you have to appreciate the other too, and from there you will take whether they will be there in your life or not. But the answers you gave are brilliant. Basically, I mean, they answered a lot of my own questions. Basically, I mean, some of the questions were mine as well. Some of the questions were from others too, who asked me, can you ask this question to Michelle? A lot of questions. I think a lot of our audience as well might have the same ones, because this topic is of paramount importance to all of us, whether it is romance or whether it is any other relationship in life, whether with a boss or an employee, and the like. My next question will be, because we are getting into a heated discussion about astrology. We have expounded so many things, and you have answered so many wonderful questions of mine. I mean, you've given such wonderful answers. Uh, my question will be, how are we connected to the universe? And I mean, definitely, when it comes to astrology, everyone has some kind of vague idea of the stars, and not everybody knows unless they are an astrologer. They have no clue about what's going on, the technicalities and stuff. I don't want you to give the whole technical things, but some philosophy of uh, uh, how it functions, the human being, the relationship with the planets and the stars and the cosmos and the universe and the multiverses, and you know uh, are they affecting us right now, and how to approach that.
Yeah,
uh,
we're definitely affected by what's going on in the stars and in the planets because they're constantly moving, so they're constantly creating also new circumstances. And I find it quite interesting that now, for example, we have all these planets retrograde. Out of 10 that we know, because there's really 12 planets, 6 of them by September are going to be retrograde. And a lot, a lot of the confusion that's going on right now is also caused by, or created, or synchronistic with Neptune in Pisces, which is retrograde until November of 2020. And that creates a lot of illusions. It creates a lot of fake news, confusion in people. Things are not, everything is sort of uncertain. Everything is sort of up in the air. There's no clarity on anything. We don't know what to believe or whom to believe. There's a lot of deceit going on. There's a lot of strange things happening that are very elusive and that are not very structured. So, and of course, this whole year of 2020, we have had Saturn conjunct Pluto. So, conjunct means that they are in the same spot, in the same degree, or very close to being on the same degree in Capricorn. So, and Saturn and Pluto are space buddies. They're very close to each other in meaning. They're both talking about responsibilities, about obligations, at least Saturn. And Pluto is a lot about all the emergence of the darkest darkness from the bowels of the earth and from society. And when those two come in conjunction, which happens about every 35 years, last time was in 1914, so at the beginning of the World War One, and then it happened in 1947 in the aftermath of World War Two, and then it happened again in 1982 when there was a big depression, and we have it now in 2020. That's times where we have to confront where the structures are crumbling down, where everything that was hidden is emerging, where everything that was not right is also coming to the surface. So it's a time where there's a lot of things collapsing, and on top of it we have Jupiter has been in the middle of that the whole year pretty much. And the last time we had those 3 planets in Capricorn together was in 1894 before Christ and will be in 2755 AD. So it's an incredibly rare combination of all sorts of things happening right now, which has caused, the pandemic. And of course, Neptune in Pisces is also connected to weird illnesses and things that we don't really understand how they could have emerged. So it also relates to pandemics. So there is a lot of turmoil right now, and we are in the year of the rat on top of everything, the year of the gold rat, not just the metal rat, the gold rat. And this is the year of new beginnings, of reset, and a lot of things. We all have had to reinvent ourselves. Sadly and tragically, a lot of people have lost their jobs. But it's also a time to find a new way of earning a living. And even for you and I, we've had to, I was used to taking a plane and talking to audiences around the world. Well, now I've been grounded for 4 months. I haven't taken a plane in 4 months, and I've been learning about Zoom and getting ring lights and microphones and all sorts of equipment I never thought I would have to get acquainted to ever. So it's
so busy. I know your schedules are so hectic and you're traveling all the time, and suddenly with this, we are at home now, and I can understand you didn't travel for 4 months, and I know how that feels as well. So my question will be, now that you told about the technical astrological reasons behind different things, and the end times, or the beginning times of the new age, and the new energy on the planet. You spoke about, spoke wonderfully about the planets, how they are aligning, and the kind of things seemingly on the surface which is shown now. Thank you so much for giving us wonderful insights about the current pandemic too. My question will be, being a shaman yourself, and being a healer yourself, what is your advice to people in these times of crisis, of the world pandemic, and the seeming distress and chaos in the world? What do you think, some tips for people to counteract, how to center yourself, or how to stay grounded, and how can they approach this particular epidemic or the pandemic, in a very healthy manner?
Well, first of all, ditch your TV. Stop watching the news because I think this is really making our immune system go way down. I posted on my Facebook this a little funny cartoon of this little girl called Susie, and it says, and she's carrying in one hand a hammer, and the other hand a TV that she has smashed the screen of. And it says, and this is how little Susie cured cured once and for all the worst virus of all times. And I think that's very true, that we have to stop giving power to the medias. Most of the stories that they are giving us are fake, are not true. The numbers are completely upped, There was those dignitaries in Brazil who went to the hospital undercover, the hospital that had supposedly the biggest number of COVID-19, and they found that the hospital was under construction. There was nobody there. And yet it had like 500 cases. It's like, how is that happening? And then there were all these coffins, and they opened the coffins, they were all empty. It's like, there's been so much fake news given to us. We have been played upon like unbelievable. And even masks, there's no proof that masks are helping in any way. None, And people will get mad at you and scream at you in the stores because you're not wearing a mask. And some stores will not even allow you entrance if you are not wearing a mask. So we have to stop being crazy. We have to start having common sense. I think that's the biggest symptom of COVID-19, is that it basically melted brain cells, and common sense went out the window all of a sudden. So I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm not saying that people are not sick, but it's maybe not as dramatic as they're making us see it, you know. And the flu happens every year, and people die of bronchitis, of the flu, of everything. And all of a sudden, 100% of the deaths are from COVID-19. It's like, okay, how about diabetes? How about heart attacks? How about car accidents? How about suicide? Oh, none, you know? So something is off, and we have to be a little in common sense. And I think it's very important that we do not give in to fear, because the media, those news are enticing us to have fear and to be scared of everything, of everyone, of you know, I mean, I'm amazed. I go to the store and people are just, you know, making a huge detour to not, you know, walk past me. It's like, oh my God, you know. And I am wearing a mask, so it's like, come on. So we need to stay grounded in common sense. And I'm not saying we should not wash our hands. We should not, you know, we should be crazy or go and hang around people who have COVID. But it's also about just being responsible. And now is the time to reach mastery. Now is the time to not give our power away, whether we give it to the authorities, to the medias, to television, to... That's all wrong. We need to be the masters of our own destiny. We need to be, you know, clear on our capacity to manifest things for ourselves, and that we can talk to ourselves. You know, we can talk to our cellular structure so that we boost our immune system in a natural way, and just do the things that will help you. Be in the sun, go out, exercise, think positive thoughts, eat organic foods, don't eat anything processed, you know, try, breathe, sleep enough. And there's been wonderful aspects of the pandemic, because all of a sudden nobody was commuting, so there was less pollution, there were no chemtrails, there was, animals were coming out, you know, there was, in my garden, I live in Phoenix, in my garden there were like baby rabbits and families of quails and owls and all sorts of things that I had never seen before started happening, and that was magic. And all of a sudden there was silence, there wasn't the noise of traffic around us, you know. We could hear birds in the morning when we woke up. So it's all, this is all part of a big reset. And also, it's a time where all the darkness of the world has to emerge. You know, it's not that there's never been pedophile rings. There have been pedophiles for millenniums. This is not new. But now they're getting exposed. Now the slavery of children is getting exposed. Now the abuse of women is getting exposed. Now domestic violence is getting exposed. Now all the rapes are getting exposed, sexual harassment. This is good. This is really good. And this is part of this big cleansing. Because if we are to evolve into the next dimension, we cannot evolve with all this junk. We cannot evolve with all this darkness, all these monsters. We can't. The earth has to clean itself of all these people who have chosen to use their free will in a way that hurts others and that goes against creation, against the goddess, against, you know, the reason why we were created. So I see this period as, even though it's dramatic in many ways, it's also the time where truth is coming out, and the truth of people is coming out. I mean, I'm amazed, even in those spiritual circles that we navigate in, some people are so scared and are so negative and are so freaking out. It's like, wait a minute, we are spiritual beings, and we know we are spiritual beings. So how can we even fall prey to fear? Because there's only two emotions, fear and love. So if we are in fear, we're not in love. So what is wrong? How are we not walking our talk here? What is happening? You know? So it is a time where the reality of people is coming out, where we are seeing those places where we still have to grow and evolve, and where we are maybe not as masters as we think we are. So it's good. I think it's all good.
So that's so refreshing about the pandemic because of all the upheavals and the news and all that on social media and everywhere. Such positive words from you, Michelle, is so refreshing for me. I mean, it was whatever negativity was in my mind. It left from the back door. I mean, it made me so positive, and definitely
Great.
it will give a boost to all our Mana TV international viewers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm giving you a thumbs up for
Amen.
that. Thank you. Absolutely. It was
Very
wonderful, and especially when the takeaway for me for the day will be when you said you have to be centered in common sense, and in the middle of fear, absolutely, and as you said, that kind of goes out of the window, or the way you have put it. So absolutely. So it is definitely a reminder for our common sense to muster the common sense and understand for what it is and boost our immune systems.
I'm seeing people in Arizona, it's 120 degrees, okay? And they're wearing masks and jogging in the midday. And they're alone, completely alone, in the middle of nowhere. It's like, what? Are you kidding me?
Paralyzed with fear. I know.
We have to, and we have to trust our immune system is very strong. If we stay positive, if we eat correctly, we sleep enough, we drink lots of water, our immune system can handle anything, anything. So, come on, even the coronavirus is not
On that note, I'm drinking water now.
very good.
So thank you so much for such wonderful insights about how to handle this pandemic in a positive way, and boost your morale and become more positive with affirmations and talking to your cellular structure. Yeah, even the other day I wrote on Facebook about, with the little knowledge I have about talking to your cells and affirmations, and now you being the healer, the master healer yourself, have validated here. So I know the viewers of the TV will as well imbibe your wonderful messages in their day-to-day living, and it's such a refreshment to all of us with your lovely words, and and as you said, there is a lot of deconstruction and pruning in the current world. The old energy is shedding away, and in this process of becoming the light beings that we are, I think I think that's what Cran said, the bridge of sorts. We are the warriors of the light, and the light workers. Absolutely,
Absolutely.
I agree with
Yeah.
what you said, and the way you have put it is as well beautiful. The way the cleansing process of the planet, so that my viewers as well will have a very clear cut idea to understand what's going on and have the peace of mind, and that peace will automatically boost their immune system and make them more healthy, right? So that was very much needed and very much timely, and so timely you have given this information. So I thank you again. I'm grateful for this again. While we are coping with the new normal, whatever is come onto the surface as uh, the big pandemic, but your tips are invaluable for all of us. So with that, I'm going to jump into a next fun question again, because I think we discussed a lot of technical things. So I wanted to throw away one good question at you. What is a typical day of Michelle Karen like? One second. I misspelled your name. I'm sorry. I misspelled your name.
Oh, that's a trick question. I'm not sure I have a typical day because I travel so much normally. But since I've been grounded, I can
Yeah,
tell you
yeah.
what I've been doing.
I will repeat the question again. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. One second.
So, well,
One
I usually wake up really early. I wake up usually with the sun. I like to wake up early. And
Michelle, let me ask the question again. Let me ask the question again. Basically,
okay, okay. No, it was good.
just the last part only. Editor, only the last part. This question where I'm asking, hey, Michelle, uh, what is a typical day like for Michelle Karen? I misspelled her name. Only remove this part. Just put the previous part as well. And yeah, I'm going to resume back to the question. So, Michelle, the fun question I want to ask you is what is a typical day like for Michelle Karen, and how does she spend her day with? I mean, with different things. How is a typical day like for Michelle Karen?
That is $1 million question. I'm not sure I have
Yeah,
a
I'm
typical
glad I
day
asked
because
it.
I travel so much normally, but since I've been grounded, I have sort of gotten into a routine. So first thing, I wake up usually very early with the sun, and I feed probably all the birds of the South Mountains. So I have like 100 birds singing outside of my window in the morning. And first thing is that I write my dreams down, and I drink a lot of water after that. And after that, it depends. Usually I go to my emails, which is usually not what I should be doing, but I like to swim in the morning. I like to take it easy to start my day rather slowly. So, but yeah, I unfortunately have to spend a lot of time on my emails because I receive a lot of emails every day, like probably about 400. And I have a one woman operation here, so I do everything myself. And I see if there's no major drama, and if there's something very urgent, I answer it immediately. If it's not, I wait a little bit. And then I like to be creative, so every day is a little different. I go with the flow, depending on what emails I receive, depending on what I have to do. Some days I'm not doing readings, some days I have lots of sessions scheduled, some days I have, so I don't know if I have really a typical day. I just sort of navigate through my day, but definitely dealing with my emails is a very big part of my day. And then depending on if I have to write my newsletter, or if I have to, depending on what deadlines I have for different things. I don't like deadlines, I really don't, but I deal with a lot of deadlines, especially as an astrologer. I have to write things about, or I impose myself rather, to write things about eclipses, about planets changing signs, and it doesn't make sense really after the fact, so I have to do it and try to do it well in advance so that I can post it on Facebook, on Instagram, on my website, so that everybody can benefit from some of those insights. So I don't know if I have a typical day. And at the end of the day, I like to chill. I like to try for at least 2 hours before going to sleep to have quiet time. So reading a book. I love Hollywood and Bollywood movies.
Wow.
I love Indian movies. I really do. They have so much beautiful saris and beautiful colors and
Wow. Can
beautiful
you can you
songs.
can you tell any of your uh, favorite Bollywood movies? Anyone?
Yeah,
Any
I don't know if it's
lyrics
a
to watch?
Bollywood movie, but it's an Indian movie. It's Jab We Meet. I probably saw it 5 times. I saw
Wow.
it, I discovered Indian movies on planes because I never have time to watch movies. Normally, I have had time during the pandemic because I had less work and less
Right.
traveling. But normally, the only time I can watch movies is on the plane. So it's between Phoenix and France or Phoenix and Finland. I usually watch 3 or 4 or 5 because I can never sleep on planes. So I'm watching, movies in a row. And Indian movies are great because they last almost 3 hours. So it's perfect because
Right.
between Phoenix and Paris, I can watch 3 movies and I've covered the whole trip.
Correct.
But Jackie Meat, I love that movie. I thought it was so full of positive energy, and I just loved that movie. So I watched it 5 times.
Oh wow. Wow. Wow.
I
Wow.
even
That's so
ended up
intellectual.
buying it. That's how
Wow.
bad it was. I even bought it, the movie. So I will probably watch it more than 5 times.
Amazing, 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 amazing. I mean, it's so interesting that Hollywood actress likes Bollywood movies.
I also like French movies. I mean, a lot of them are very creative. I love movies. I like American movies also, but it has to be creative movies with good stories that make you think and that are positive. I never watch horror movies. I never watch even thrillers. I don't watch, where there's blood and killing. I don't want violence in my space. So I really watch only good stories and stories that make you feel excited to be human, you know, that make you think about your life or that teach you something. I always, I don't know, and it comes from my acting years of watching movies for work, you know, where you had to analyze movies and actors, and I still am in that mode. I never left that mode. And I love good acting also. It's so, you know,
I
people
can.
think you just show up and you talk and you read your lines. No, a good actor is someone who literally channels his character. And we learn in acting school that you are stuck with your character and your character is stuck with you. And that's very true. So it's actually really wonderful. I love cinema. I just love cinema. I love novels also. I just
So do I. Even I love movies. Yeah, absolutely.
and
I
I
can see that in your moves while we are talking because your body language and everything. I can figure out that that actress in you is coming out. With your
yeah,
moves, your
you know what? I
and the
really
way you move
hope
your
I get
hands
to
and the way you
yeah.
talk and the way you look as well. You look
I really hope I
perfect
get to
actress.
act again, but I hope I get to act in a positive movie. You know, no, I don't want those bad movies because I really admire those actors who do those really tough roles because it will stick with you. You know, it will, and that's why a lot of people go into drugs and alcohol and commit suicide because it's very hard to film for 3 months a serial killer and then be okay with that. It does affect ourselves. It does affect our consciousness. There's no Even if you're a great actor and you can at will go in and out of character, which you should be able to, it still will leave something in your subconscious. I think.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's so beautiful about your insight on cinema and how you approached the kind of movies you watch, which are very only positive and empowering yourself and yourselves, especially because knowingly, unknowingly, we attract a lot of different energy which is not appropriate for us, and we don't know how to approach. So all those people who are watching this, now they know what to do with their lives, especially what kind of mental diet they're giving to their mind as in the form of
And
media
it's
or movies.
I agree. Like I watched by accident Casino. I didn't realize it was really a very violent movie, and it really literally took me 3 weeks to flush it out of my system. The images were so stuck in my brain. It was awful. So I'm very careful. That's why I don't even drink because I can't, half a glass of wine, it will take me 3 days to get over it. So we have to be very careful the people we hang out with, the books we read, the movies we watch, the thoughts we have, and especially now that, whether we like it or not, the darkness is around us because it's really now we are in a war for people's souls and it's even if we create a beautiful environment for ourselves, we're not completely immune to what's going on around us, and in our space we need to keep it as clear as possible. It's really important for our sanity and our health at this point
Correct.
even.
All right, 1 second, let me ground because now we'll play a game, small rapid fire game, and just let me write down these things actually quickly. I'll not speed means what else is left? I'm just saying what you love you. Okay. Despacho. Okay. Lost a lot of
Okay,
things we
let
have
me
already
get some
covered.
water. Can I get some water? I'm right
Yes,
back.
please. Yes, yes, sure.
I am dehydrated right now. Okay, great. I am back. Okay. Yes.
Just going to very randomly. It's even I'm going to kind of channel it. Instead of asking too many questions, I will. What I'll do is I'll just. This will be a rapid fire round where I'll
Okay.
ask you. Where I'll ask you questions. If you can say a word or a sentence. Not
Okay.
too long, not too short. I mean, if I say what is your favorite color, probably you'll go with that and stuff.
Okay.
And I'll also include the
Good.
you know the
Yeah.
I'll include astrology. I'll include shamanism. I'll include whatever word I tell you. You have to come up with a word or a sentence.
Oh, I like that.
We'll
That's
play
fun.
this
Okay.
thing with you.
Okay.
Just
I'm ready.
okay. Whatever is going to come to my mind, I'm going to just ask you.
Okay.
So editor, this was also not part of the show because this will be edited. So
We
now
can
I'm
make
going
it
to
part of the
ask.
show. I think it's great. Why don't we make it part of the show?
Yeah, we can absolutely. Why not?
Yeah, I think we
Yeah, no, no,
should. I think
no. I'm saying that this particular talk, I'm going to play the game again. Yeah, this will be
yeah.
part of the
Okay.
show.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm ready.
yes. So Michelle, we spoke about your love for cinema, your love for acting, your love for humanity, the insights about the current world pandemic, and your astrological reasons and your charts and your uh, words on common sense uh, for all of us, because fear kind of grips us, and common sense goes out of the window for all of us. Most of us, sometimes all of us, kind of become victims to that energy. And it was lovely to hear from you how to counteract those emotions. And it was so lovely that you just said that there are only two fundamental emotions: either it is fear or love. If you're in fear, that then you know that you have to switch to love, the radio station of love. If you're at love, you know that you have to stay there for a longer time or permanently there. I mean, there's no other a way to do that. There's no other way to circumvent. So it's a wonderful reminder that whenever you are in fear, I mean, we have to etch something in our mind that, hey, you're not in the right place. This is a wrong place to dwell. So you switch in your own way, and the way you meditate or you read. I mean, you have given enough tips to all of our audience how to say these things through affirmations and positive thoughts and meditations and different things. And I know definitely, I'm pretty sure people will be inspired to follow your footsteps, whether it will be astrology or shamanic journey and things like that. And definitely, we'll talk about your shamanic school as well. But before that, we'll really quickly play a rapid fire game with you, rapid fire round with you. Are you ready for it? So this is like,
Yes.
I'm going to throw a word at you. You got to give me one word or a sentence.
Okay.
And the only prizes will have a lot of applause out there from our invisible audience out there. All the millions of viewers watching, they're going to enjoy, and definitely I'm going to enjoy it. That's why I'm pretty much excited to play this game with you. Are you ready to play the game with me? Absolutely. So I'm going to recollect things from my mind at random. I've not prepared any script for it.
Mhm.
I'm just going to ask you real quick questions and tell me the first thing which comes to your mind. Your favorite color,
Blue.
favorite food,
Lassie.
your favorite shaman,
Don Modesto.
your favorite astrologer,
Linda Goodman.
your favorite holiday spot,
India.
if you were to go to if you were to go on a world tour, how many places you want to visit?
Everything. The whole world. Every country.
Your favorite actress,
Sandra Bullock.
your favorite actor, I mean the male,
George Clooney.
your favorite song, I gave a tough one, huh?
Oh, that's a tough one. Clocks. By
Already,
Coldplay.
already. Your favorite, or shall I say, your best friend?
My best friend was my cat, Raphael.
Wow, amazing. your best travel experience you had.
India.
Tell me one city in India.
What? One city in
Tell me
India?
one. Yes.
New Delhi. That's
Wow.
easy.
This will be the last of the last but one. Your favorite beverage or your favorite?
Kombucha. If you open my fridge, there's like 12 bottles of kombucha at all times.
Yeah, I mean, I'm breaking my rules. Tell me what is kombucha.
Kombucha is fermented tea. So it's usually made with either black or green tea that's fermented. So it's like a probiotic kind of drink. And I am addicted to kombucha. If I go to a country and there's no kombucha, I'm miserable. So my criteria for travel is that there has to be kombucha.
I'll definitely next time when we meet, we'll have kombucha for sure.
Okay, sounds good.
Treat me
I don't
with
drink alcohol.
kombucha, and we'll cheer with the glass of kombucha.
That's my alcohol. It's kombucha.
All right, invisible kombucha. Let's do it together. Let's do it together now. Let's cheer now. Already, cheers.
I can get a
All right,
bottle
that
right
was
now.
so
Get a bottle
fun.
right now. Okay.
Please.
This is my bottle of kombucha, and this is my favorite. I don't know if I'm allowed to do advertising, but this is ginger ale from
Oh,
kombucha.
amazing.
So they know me in the store, like the Trader Joe's where I go. They know that they have to have a case ready whenever I walk into the door, because otherwise I empty their shelf. Their shelf.
That's so refreshing again. I mean,
At one point, they were out of kombucha because there was a recall, because of, I don't know what there was the problem. So I kept going every week. I was so desperate. And they were like, "Oh my God, this crazy woman is here again."
right. That's as I told you, right? I mean, you have such lovely experiences. I mean, it will take, several days to actually months to actually dig deep into your whole journey. I know that we already had, we're in the third episode, and this will be the final one, but it is not sufficient at all because as a kind of larger than life person, your life is as well multidimensional. So, and thank you so much. In these times, in this time, you gave us such wonderful things. The last question I'm going to throw at you is, who is your favorite enlightened master?
Krishnamurti
Amazing.
and Christ.
Wow. I personally like Krishnamurti as well. He's the master of intellect, master of so many other lovely ideas of enlightenment. So I like.
And because he's so, he sort of fell out of fashion. I mean, people don't really know what he wrote, and he's an amazing. I think if I were to take one book to a desert island where I would stay for the rest of my life, it would be either Freedom from the Known or The First and the Last Freedom.
Amazing. That's so beautiful to listen from you. And quickly, because thank you so much for playing this rapid fire round with me.
It
was so much fun asking you questions and listening to your beautiful answers as well. I hope you had fun as well, and especially our cheering with the kombucha for sure. I didn't expect that answer and the way it was right. This will be a lovely takeaway for me, and I'm in splits now. Your energy is spilling on me. It's so infectious, so positive, so vibrant. You're so gorgeous and lively as a person. The way you look as well, you're gorgeous. I think all of our audience will agree with me with that. You're very beautiful, and I think they want to watch more of your upcoming movies also. along with your shamanic journeys and your school and your astrology. I wish you all the best for that. Quick
Thank you.
question. I want to. I know this will as well be a lengthy one, but let's, in the interest of time, let's. We'll have to wind up really quick. So I'll ask you a few couple of other questions. I think two, three only. One will be your school. The final will be about your message to the world, because I think we have covered so many. I think almost all aspects of your life. I mean, if not, then probably we are friends. If I mean, definitely not now, but in the future times, probably we'll design one more, not just one episode, but I think a whole series on Michelle Karen, because her story is
Yay.
never ending. It's infinite, unwinding, beautiful,
Oh.
quintessential loop. So a lot of people want to know about you, but I want to know about your journey and your association with Cryon and Lee Carroll and the Cryon team.
Mm-hmm. How much time do you have? Because that's another big story. Yeah, I've been traveling with Lee Carroll for many, many years. I don't even remember how many right now. Probably at least 6 or 7 years at least. So I became part of the Cryon team. And it was actually really funny how that happened. It was because I was first working with Dr. Todovokaitis, who of course is, who knows Lee Carroll. And and he kept introducing me to Lee Carroll, and Lee Carroll every time was wondering who I was. He never remembered me. And eventually, there was one day a letter that I wrote to Lee Carroll, because he would never really talk to me. And at one point, he came to me, and I had had a reading with a lady who was very delusional, and I had put a lot of pain in trying to get her into something common sense. And it was a very hardcore reading for me to do. And he came to my table and he said to me, this woman came and and she was complaining, and I told her to ditch your reading. And I was a little shocked. I said, wait a minute, I took a lot of pain to do that reading, and if she had listened to it over and over again, she would have finally come to some common sense. And so at one morning, at 3 in the morning, I woke up and I said, I have to write to him about this. So I wrote to him, and there was also something else that was a little out of sync in the Cryon team. And I went back to bed. And I really didn't know Lee Carroll very well at that time at all, not at all. So, and I woke up in the morning and I'm thinking, oh my God, what did I do? Why did I write this letter? And anyway, and I opened my emails, and there were 2 emails from Lee Carroll. One explained to me why he had said that to this lady, and it was nothing against me. It was actually to protect me from her. And the other was that I could come to any and participate and speak at any of his events. And I had an open invitation, and the rest is history. So it came from me confronting him, actually, that I became part of the Cryon team. So that's not a story that many people know.
That's another wonderful thing we could know about you with the Cryon team.
And Lee Carroll has been wonderful, and I want to add that Lee Carroll has been quite wonderful, because I was famous in Canada and in Europe, but when I moved to the States, I started back at zero. Nobody knew, nobody had read my books, nobody knew who I was. So Lee really, first Dr. Todovokaitis gave me the stage, and then it was Lee, and he has tremendously contributed to me meeting all these wonderful people, including yourself, making all these wonderful friends, and also starting to be known again, and has launched my career in a new direction. And he is very professional. Lee is extremely professional when he works, and he has really taught me professionalism. So it's been a very wonderful development to work alongside with him. And of course his message is super positive and very loving and very caring for humanity and quite in alignment with what I believe in and what I do. And my message is also very complementary to Kryon. Often when Kryon does a channeling of Kryon and then I speak or vice versa, we end up saying the same thing from different angles. So it's wonderful to have this support and to know that we're not crazy. We are talking about the same things and having the same vision.
You converge at the same point, the same message.
Mm-hmm.
You and
It's not exactly the same message, but it's very similar, and definitely the essence of it is the same, for sure.
Right. Now, definitely, I'll wind up with a couple of questions, 2-3 questions. The last one will be, your grand finale to your message to the audience. Two aspects. I mean, I felt I was missing, and I thought I was forgetting it. Now I recollected while you were telling your answers. I was equally being present while talking to you as well. But this suddenly struck my mind. Tell me about your shamanic school. When did you start it? How are you going about? And what is it about? And what is the curriculum of the shamanic school? And what is it? What is the name of it? And different aspects of your school, of your shamanic school.
Well, the beginning of the name of my school was actually given to me by Don Pasquale. He said it has to be Yankai Muna Yachai, and that's like right thinking, right heart, right action in Quechua, the language of the Queros in Peru. And Quechua is actually the language of all the Andes. And I added Yankai Munai Yachai School of Shamanic Studies. I felt it was rounded. And it's a professional school. I don't take more than 20 students at any time. And we do the medicine wheel. So we start with the south, we go to the west, to the north, to the east, and there are healing techniques associated with each direction. And I share rites and initiations because it's an oral tradition. So I receive those rites and initiations myself, and I am entitled to give them to someone else. So it goes from forehead to forehead. It goes from your hands to the other person's body. I mean, it's something that is transmitted that way. And as we go along, we create a mesa. This is one of my mesas. That has 13 sacred stones, 3 from each direction, and each direction has a specific meaning. Like in the south, we shed the skin like a serpent, we shed the past. In the west, it's jaguar, we become acquainted with everything having to do with death, we walk with death. In the north, hummingbird, we get acquainted to the stories, and that's where we learn soul retrievals and all of that. And in the east, it's eagle condor, and this is the place of enlightenment, of no story, of transparency, of becoming a sacred witness. And the 13th stone is given by your teacher and is your lineage stone. So it connects you to a whole lineage of shamans, of medicine men and women who have stepped outside of time. And going through this school is also going to change. So first of all, it's going to change your life because it's going to transform the way you relate to the world. It's going to transform you physically. It's going to transform the way you die. It's going to transform the way you age. It's going to transform everything in your life, even your relationships, even your work, everything. And I see that in my students. I have already 3 schools that have graduated, and I'm very proud of my students, and they're amazing, and they're still very much in contact with me and in contact with each other, and they have become very, very fine human beings. It's an amazing, it's a little bit like the school of Harry Potter. You never know what's going to happen in Shaman school. Right. And it's very multidimensional, it's very creative, but it's also very deep because we have to work on ourselves as we go. So I love teaching this school. It's so much fun, and I'm so grateful to Don Pasquale to having tricked me into this because I never would have done it on my own. I was the the reticent or recalcitrant, how do you say, shaman all the way. I went in like kicking and screaming. I loved it for myself, but I was never in a million years going to do that with others, ever. And
Correct.
there I am.
Do you think that trick was a synchronicity of sorts?
It was what? Sorry?
I'm saying, do you think that trick by the shaman was a synchronicity in disguise?
Oh, no, no, it was planned. They knew. They knew who I was. They saw my past lives. They are seers. You know, you become a seer when you are a shaman. So they knew that that was the only way to get me to do this.
I mean, the way you put it is also, really interesting and funny. I mean, you didn't give a very a serious answer. I mean, the way you as well explained how you stepped into shamanism, that way, our audience will enjoy. Already, they're enjoying it. And I mean, thank you so much. That was a wonderful answer. Uh, Quickly, because before I asked you the last two questions, this one as well was in my mind to ask you, because this is as well your uh, proverbial ritual all the time in the crayon meetings. You know what I'm going to ask you about? Tell me, because we're getting to the end of the interview, so I wanted to ask you that which you always do at the end of the crayon meeting. That is your famous, infamous, the popular despacho. Tell our viewers about something about despacho and its significance.
I love doing those ceremonies, and when I started offering them, I didn't realize they were going to be so popular. And I'm so excited because it's always a pleasure and an honor to do those despachos. So I learned those ceremonies. It's a dynamic prayer ceremony that I learned from the Keros. And basically it's all contained, it's in a white paper or black depending on what kind of despacho. So despacho means an offering. And we do prayers for ourselves, so that we blow in bay leaves. Of course in Peru it's coca leaves, but not here. And then we do prayers. We create a beautiful natural mandala that honors everything in life. So there is raisins that honor the ancestors. There is cookies that honor the animals. There is lentils that honor the earth. There is chocolate and candy for Pachamama. There is, every aspect of our life is covered in a despacho. And we bring also abundance. We honor our angels. We honor the star people. We honor the rivers, the oceans. And things happen. After we create a bundle that is burnt ceremoniously, and after the despacho, the bundle is burnt, things start to happen because it's an aini. I mean, the most commonly offered, the one that I do at the end of crayon events, or I do on my own, are the aini despacho. And aini in Quechua means reciprocity and to be in right relationship with. So that's the best prayer we can have, is to be in right relationship with a person, right relationship with a job, right relationship with the land, with anything, with abundance, with anything. And what happens is that after despacho, once it's burnt, Pachamama and the condor come and eat the despacho. So it should only be seen by the shaman, the burning, and even out of respect, you should let the burning happen without, interfering with it. And things happen. I've seen people get married after despacho. I've seen people find their perfect job. I've seen people move. I've seen all sorts of things happen, because it's not just a pretty ceremony. It's a ceremony that has power. It has at least 500 years behind it of shamans who have been performing that traditional ceremony. And it's incredible to see that it's really organized prayers. And sometimes it can go in reverse. So that's also something I warn people about, that they ask to be in right relationship with a person and that person leaves their lives. But in my experience, and I've done this for over 15 years now and thousands of despachos in every country, is that it's always for something better. So even if that person leaves, it's because they were not right for us. Nobody can leave us who were right for us. So it's for a right person to come in, and sometimes something has to be removed in order for something else to come in its place. So dispatchers are incredible. I love performing them. I love that people love them. I love the positive expectancy, like I did the one last night, and now I'm all like, what is going to happen now? Because you never know what's going to happen. And it's a chance to accelerate our evolution in a very benevolent, positive manner.
That's so beautifully explained. I mean the way you have elucidated about Despacho and its power and how I mean thousands of people have got benefited by its by the way you perform it and the positive vibes which they emit and which your body absorbs when you're in that. And I still remember the despacho I did with you in the Crayon seminar in 2019 June. I think I still have those vibes in me. I definitely feel positive with it. It was so beautiful, and it was like a party to me. It was fun, so many people around, and that's why I said I didn't want to forget this question definitely, because I became part of at least one ritual of yours, which you did live in front of people and with people and for people. So that was fun, and that was so refreshing and enlightening as well, to clear the air of Despacho for all of our viewers. I hope some of them will be interested as well. And just before asking the concluding one, I just wanted to ask you, because my show is called Spirit Talks. I wanted to ask you on a personal note, what is spirit to you? Who is spirit to you? And what is your relationship with spirit?
Well, to me, I pray. I believe this world was created by a goddess. I'm not religious, but I'm definitely believe in spirit. And for me, she's a feminine goddess. You know, I believe in Pachamama. I believe in nature, and for me, everything has a soul. Trees have a soul. Rocks have a soul. Animals have a soul, and we need and I think it's very important to be positive and to listen to nature, to listen. I mean, I was brought up in Finland where nature is all invasive, you know, and nature is everything, and if you go in even in the countryside, people respect nature and respect the trees and don't build in a crazy manner. There's a lot of harmony on the land, because people build their houses so that they melt or they blend with the forest. And I believe that it's very important to honor all life and to know that all life should be respected. You know, I really cringe when I hear of animal abuse or children abuse, because that's the future. These are little angels, these are masters, these are teachers. And it's extremely important. Even trees, you know, I can't stand when people cut trees for no reason. It just burns my heart. You know, I think trees are incredible beings of light, and they are incredibly powerful, and they are real antennas between heaven and earth. And if anything, I'm the one planting trees all the time, you know, because I believe that's the future. And I think it's very important that we remember that we are in a world that has meaning, that nothing is meaningless and everything is important. Our thoughts are important, our emotions are important, the way we relate to each other, the way we act in our daily life, everything is important. And I don't think that we can say we're spiritual and do whatever and believe nobody's going to see that. Of course it's seen, of course it's going to come out, of course it's visible in every way. And it's important to remember that.
Such an insightful message, Michelle, because a lot of people, they just think that, I can think anything, I can talk anything, and nobody's seeing, or there's no one around. But what you said is so significant. But what you actually said is, everything has life. Things around the chair you sit on, the laptop in front of me, or I mean, things around the wood and the elements and all the paintings, or the room you sit in, and the trees outside, everything is living, and whatever vibration you are emitting is, you what you put out is what you get back. So it's not that there's nobody here. I mean you're constantly being heard by things around. So in a way it's good, because you're not alone, because
Yeah, true.
because we
And
always
even
relate
ourselves,
to.
the cells in our body also are hearing us. If I keep saying I'm sick, I'm sick, I'm sick, the cells are going to be saying, oh man, we have to get sick now. But if you could start saying I'm happy, I'm good, my life is good, the cells are going to say, yeah, we're good. So everything has meaning. What we read, what we say, what we think, the way we are with others, the way we are in our life, we are never alone. And actually, alone, if you look at it in English, it's if you add an L, it becomes all one. So we're actually all one. We're not alone. Aloneness doesn't
Wow. I
exist.
mean, I never heard this. I never looked at it that way. That's so beautiful to look at. Alone is all one. All is one. Something. Like they're all organically one. Absolutely. I totally agree with you. And your answer is perfectly brilliant, and very simple for people to absorb. It's not something very sophisticated, in the sense where it's not a complex answer, but something like a tool, rather, for people to imbibe and implement it in their daily lives. To talk to yourselves, or be positive, or emit positive vibration, absorb only those things, and take in only that which serves yourselves. That has so much of importance and significance. That was really beautiful and insightful as well. I will remember for sure, because I definitely, change has to begin with me. So I will, because my show is a spiritual show called Spirit Talks. So definitely I have to as well implement that, rather. Just, if I just speak to you and listen to you and don't implement in my life, probably my life will as well be just gone in vain. But I want to definitely empower myself, and you're definitely there out for me and all of us. Definitely you have empowered all of us with your wonderful, vibrant, lively, quintessential words of love and wisdom and compassion. So I love to take this interview and this talk show and this conversation with you for hours, but in the interest of time, there is a limitation to this show. But I'm glad we could do 3 episodes and talk at length, if not everything, but a lot of things about your wonderful life, your larger than life, your multidimensional, multicolored life, which has so many hues and hints of liveliness in them. Basically, thank you so much for all your time first, and your wisdom and your compassion for all of us, rather, because sitting there for long hours, I know how difficult it is, but you're out there smiling at me and the camera and all the viewers, and I have no word. I'm overwhelmed, Michelle. I'm
Thank
so
you.
glad you came on my show, Spirit Talks, and this be my this is definitely something memorable for me. So my final question of this episode, in the grand finale of our third episode, will be, uh, tell our Mana TV international viewers your closing message to our viewers and to the world at large, to empower themselves, because my show is to empower human beings at large. So I know you are a huge proponent of human empowerment with all your tools, your astrology and shamanism, and all the wonderful talents you have integrated, and God have brought you to this lovely place of sorts. Give your final and your beautiful message to all of us, how to empower ourselves, and any general message to all of us.
To be positive and to have joy. I love to laugh, and I think that children are always laughing. They laugh about 40 times a day. And as we become adults, we are bogged down by responsibilities, duties, obligations. And yet we should never forget to be happy. Happy is a choice. You know, we can wake up in the morning and be super grumpy, or we can decide that this is a lovely day. What am I going to create for this day? And I think joy, laughter, seeing the positive aspect of everything and taking responsibility, because it's so easy to blame the government, society, our parents, whatever. But in the end, we are the masters of our destiny more than ever. And it is very important that we realize that if we don't take responsibility for ourselves, our life is not going to improve. That the only way to improve our lives is to choose happiness, to choose joy, to be positive, and to know that what I don't like in my life, I need to change. And if I don't change it, nobody's going to do it for me.
Wonderful, wonderful. That was such a lovely message to all of us, and definitely, I mean, right now, I have become more positive with your positive words, Michelle, because I definitely needed that dose, that shot of positivity in my life, because yeah, definitely we have our things, we have our up and downs, and at times we forget to be positive, and though we know it, I mean, it's a constant reminder. And your message is very, very meaningful, and especially in these times, definitely, because that's why I wanted to, I mean, I think because my show is called Spirit Talks, I have postponed my show dates for a long time, and I didn't know why it got delayed. Now I know there might be obvious cosmic reasons for the show to happen right now, because right now is the best time, because of all the havoc in the world and the seeming chaos and panic in people. I feel, I mean, definitely, I know that this will go into the hearts of millions of people, billions of people, and your lovely messages will definitely, get absorbed in their bodies, minds, and spirits. And in that note, thank you so much, and friends. That was Michelle Karen, the actress herself, the Hollywood actress, and the girl of the past in red in the song "Show Me the Meaning of Being Lonely." Definitely not feeling lonely, because I'm having the wonderful company of Michelle and her. We have heard her lovely shamanic journeys and her amazing plunge into astrology and her acting in Hollywood, and all her wisdom and insights and nuggets of uh, compassion to all of us. And definitely, she's a wonderful healer and a quantum astrologer herself. So, thank you so much, Michelle, once again.
Thank
And
you.
thank you. So,
Thank you
friends,
so much.
absolutely, thank you. Thank you, Michelle. So, friends, yes, thank you so much, Michelle. I mean, I'm so glad you came to my show again. I know I'm repeating my words, but I don't regret my words, because I'm actually happy and overwhelmed. And thank you once again to be in my show, Spirit Talks. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
friends, thank you. And friends, that was Michelle Karen. And this is the grand finale. This is the closing of episode 3. Next week, we'll have another spiritual master or a esoteric teacher with their insights and their journeys. And till then, thank you so much, and have a wonderful moment and life ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. So we are
Well,
done
Shah,
finally.
Do you want to do the end of the first show? You want me
Yes,
to
yes.
go back to the
Yeah, yeah,
best?
yeah, yeah. Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
so I'm going to quickly go and change again, okay?
Yes, please. Thank you. I'm also going to
Okay.
the restroom once. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. Take your time. Okay. Tack. Så. No idea.
Okay, you're back in blue, and
Oh yeah,
I'm
you
back
had
in
to.
my. I'm back
Oh,
in
yeah, I
my.
forgot. Yeah, I forgot you had to change also.
Yes, yes.
Okay, we're back to where we were at the beginning.
Right, right, right. I hope you know. But that was fun. Oh my God, Michelle. I mean, it's so. I mean, I cannot forget. I mean, these hours of togetherness with you. I mean, though it is Zoom, I felt as if you were with me there, and we were sharing that drink, actually sitting together and having that green tea.
I'm
What is that
drinking
called?
that.
I forgot the name. Kacha.
What?
What is this
It's
called? I forgot.
kombucha.
Kombucha. Kombucha.
Yeah, kombucha. It's a ginger one. You can find
Right.
it at any Whole Food, any place like that.
Correct. Correct.
It's
Correct.
very common. Even sometimes in some airports they have it. Atlanta became a very good airport once they started carrying this.
And Michelle, I forgot to ask you this question. Did we, I mean, did I have to ask you about your Hollywood movies, or it's okay? About the names of the
Oh
movies,
no,
the
you
films?
no, don't. I mean, really, I don't really have. I mean, it's nice of you to say I'm an actress, but I did little bits and pieces. I was in a soap though. I was in The Bold and the Beautiful. I was the French teacher, but it was just 2 episodes. It was fun.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
um,
That makes you an
but
Hollywood actress for sure. Because Bold and Beautiful is part of Hollywood.
yeah, well, I guess yeah.
So,
I was a
yes.
French teacher, and then the crazy thing is that they dubbed me. That was so bizarre. I had, I thought I had the right accent, but apparently not. They
That's
dubbed
fine,
me in
but
French. It's
you had to,
bizarre.
but you have your experience as an actress.
Yeah, it was fun. It was really fun.
That is that's really good. So
Yeah.
so yeah, I'll just conclude.
Yeah, I don't think we need that question. I think that's
Yes,
not
no,
necessary.
that's fine. I
Yeah.
think we
Yeah.
covered some really good questions actually today. I mean,
Yeah,
really
it was
all.
great. That was
You,
fabulous. I had so much fun.
yes. I mean, I had so much fun listening to you as well, because I could know more about you, the many dimensions of you. I mean, I knew that. I mean, because the moment you said you were part of Show Me the Meaning of Being Lonely, I thought that this girl has there's a lot of mysterious elements in it because you're into acting, you're into that song. You had, I mean, so many great things happened in your life, and I thought I have to bring it
Yeah.
to the limelight, and people should know about your spiritual journey. And definitely, I mean, I wanted to add the fun element in this interview than asking only those.
That was great. No, that was really great because
Yes.
nobody has asked me those questions.
But I think I asked
It's
some.
usually always.
I think I asked some technical questions also, right, which are
Yeah,
important.
you did.
Right?
Yeah, you did. No, it's perfect. It was very, very good. Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
And I will be able to have access to that.
Yes,
You can
yes,
send me
now.
the recording
I will.
because then I can put it on my YouTube channel. You know, I
Yes,
would love to do
absolutely.
that.
I will give it to you. Yes, I will give the footage to you.
And I can even put it on my website, actually. That would be
Yes,
fun.
yes. Today was.
And if you can put my website, that would be nice, if you don't mind, at some point.
I will. Yes.
Thank you.
And sure.
Okay.
So yeah. I mean, after the interview, there will be few things I may ask from you, maybe videos or something, or maybe some pictures of your childhood, or I don't know if we have to integrate few things here and all those related to shamanism and all. I will stud them. I have to sit with the team now, editing team, and talk to them and give those highlights of how to edit it perfectly so that each interview will come, each episode will come beautifully. The output, I'm also into the production here, so I know.
Yeah, I have a lot of pictures. So if you need pictures of any area of my life, I have pictures.
Sure. So, so really quick, yeah. So let me just. So I'll just say this thing. So friends, you know, I mean, one second. So Mitchell, so Michelle, I mean, that answer was brilliant, and I know that our viewers are enjoying this interview so well, and I didn't even realize that we have come to this point. So I have to conclude this show. So friends, that was Michelle Karen, the shaman and the astrologer herself, and we'll have more insights about her life and her books and about her journey and our school. A lot of other things in the upcoming episodes because we have a couple of more uh, interviews with Michelle because her journey is really mystical and mysterious. So thank you so much once again, Michelle, for being in my show. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. It was really fun. Thanks for your questions. I love them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And friends, that's me, Sharath, your favorite host on Spirit Talks, and meet you on the episode 2 with Michelle Karen.
Thank you.
Finally, yeah, we did. Yes.
Oh, great. Wonderful. Oh my gosh, I'm starving now. If you were here, we would go and have dinner. I'm like so needing food right now. But thank you, that was great. Yeah, so let me know. But let me know, and so that I can put it also on my YouTube channel, on my website. That would be wonderful.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that we could pull off everything in one day today in 3 hours.
Well, that's perfect because my time is usually, it's very unusual for me to have a full day of nothing. So that was perfect. We could do it now.
Right. In closing, I'll have to again say that you're looking again very beautiful in the blue again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
You can actually see the color, yeah.
Like a princess.
I like this dress. Yeah, thank you. Well, you know, my favorite clothing is sari. If I love wearing saris. So I was in heaven in India. I was like, oh, this is my dress, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they're, you know, they overlook, not overlook, but, you know, I mean, because you're not from India, you can appreciate with new eyes, and I think you love. I'm so glad you appreciated the sari as well, which is a wonderful draping for a woman, right? So
it's like goddess wear. It's beautiful, you know. So I went to India with 2 suitcases. I came back with 3 because I bought so many saris and Punjabi suits and scarves, and it was terrible. I went crazy in India. But anyway, I will return one day.
Yeah. Let's go together to India.
I
I
love
mean,
India.
I'll take you to different. I'll take you to Calcutta and my place Hyderabad and different places. That
Where were
they're
you born? Where were you born?
I was born in Vijayawada in a city in Andhra Pradesh. Then I went to Hyderabad. So that's my residence of my dad. But my dad got transferred to Calcutta, now called Kolkata. Then I came back to Hyderabad. So like you, even I traveled a lot.
Yeah.
You went to French to different Colombia and all these places, right? In my own country, there are so many places where there are different cities, different states, different languages.
Wow.
I think we almost have 32 different languages, and I know only
Really?
4 or 5 of them. Yes, 32 in one country. Yes,
Oh my gosh, I did not know that. What do you speak?
I
Which
speak
language do you
Telugu
speak?
and Bengali, Hindi, and English.
Wow, that's impressive. Wow, that's really impressive. Anyway, I love how I've been watching during the pandemic. I've been watching Indian movies every night. I put myself on my balcony under the stars and I watch Indian movies.
Right.
So I've been having fun
I'm
here.
glad you watched some Indian movies actually.
Oh, but you have to see Jab We Meet. It's such a good movie. It's so funny. It's really nice.
I mean, I used to watch a lot of movies then, but now I don't know with work or things. I mean, I don't know. I'm also getting distracted. But your
Yeah,
show, I mean, I'm going to take a lot of nuggets from your show today and absorb them
good.
because especially the talking to yourselves and all of that. I think because I mean, only after I do them, I think probably I will start believing the affirmations because sometimes I have a hard time believing those affirmations also. So probably my belief systems are so hard on my subconscious. So I have to
Really?
remove those, erase those residual things which are not appropriate in my system. So I have to flush them out. The way you said, the cleansing of my body. So
Exactly.
I'll
Yeah.
definitely, it is like a responsibility for me now that hey, Sharath, I mean, I'm going to remind myself. Thank you so much. Thanks for the despacho last year. Thanks for your
Oh, thank
wonderful,
you.
lengthy interview for 3 episodes. You've been so patient, and I have to say namaste to you because I don't think
Thank you.
somebody might have been, they have been angry on me or things, but you walk your
Yeah.
talk. Seriously, you walk your talk, and I'll not take a lot of your time now. Please go ahead with your lunch, and
Just
I will.
starving. I was actually happy to stay, but I'm just starving right now. I
I
need
know,
to
I know.
go.
Please, please, please. I'll not. Even for a
And
moment, I'll not.
thank you. And thank you to
Yeah,
your
yeah.
technician.
I mean, late
I
in the
don't.
night, maybe call, maybe after your dinner or something, couple of hours later, maybe a quick call we'll have. I'll say something about Art and Buff too, and then probably we'll take it from there. All right.
So we're all
But you
good on
catch
the
up some
hotel.
nice rest and some wonderful food, please. Thank you so much,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
and
you.
thanks for
Thank
your
you so much.
all your great time. Thank you. Namaste.
Thanks.
Uh,
Bye bye. Namaste. Bye bye. Bye.
hey, Michelle, let me take a picture of us.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Real,
Okay.
real quick. Let me take a
Can you
screenshot as
send
well.
some-
And because I took a screenshot, but I'm taking
Good.
yours as well. Thank you,
And
thank
then
you once
send it.
again.
Yeah. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me hug you from here.
Okay.
I said,
With no mask.
oh, with my mask. Huh? Here's my mask. My goodness. I hope, in closing, I hope this pandemic leaves the planet soon, Michelle. We have to meet
Oh, so do
in person.
I. Seriously, I need to go to France next week, in 2 weeks, and I have to start booking my flights. I have to go. So I don't know if I can come back from Europe once I go there. So
I'll pray for you that you come back soon to Phoenix, Arizona.
yeah,
And I pray that everything becomes normal so that I can come to Phoenix, Arizona with. Uh,
yeah, really nice. Phoenix right now is beautiful. It's very hot, but it's very nice. It's really beautiful.
I keep
It's my
forgetting
house.
your drink. I keep forgetting your drink name. I'm sorry.
This
What is
is
the
the
drink?
kombucha.
What is the name of it? Huh?
Kombucha.
Kombucha. Yeah, kombucha.
Yeah, that's the drink.
Yeah. I'll come to Phoenix, Arizona to have kombucha with you. So,
Oh, yeah, so
all right.
nice.
I mean, we can go on talking like this. You and me, we have similar quality, and we can talk forever. But I want you to have some
I need
good
to
food and
eat
rest.
now. I really need to eat. So
Please. Yes.
anyway, Charlotte, it was wonderful to do this with you, and I look forward to how it will look. So thank
It was
you.
wonderful with you, and I'm so grateful that you could give all your time. I mean, I think it was we spent almost a day here because afternoon till evening, and now I mean
It's
I
like
saw the
almost 4
sun.
o'clock here. It's like 6 hours.
Correct.
That's the longest interview ever.
I mean, I
Okay.
wanted to spread that into different because as you said, you have so many stories in you, and
Yeah.
I wanted them to come out to all our audience.
you.
All right. So thank you so
Okay.
much. Yeah.
Thank you so
Stay in
much.
touch. Stay in touch. Thank you so much.
Yes, you too.
And
Thanks. Bye.
and one last thing, Michelle.
Yes.
Can you
Yeah?
just say to can you just tell our Mana TV viewers, hello friends, keep watching Mana TV International. Can you just, I'm
Okay.
sending you through WhatsApp the spelling of it right now.
Yeah. Just send it to me, and well, once the interview is packaged, then I will post it on Facebook also. And
Yes.
so it will be
Can you just
advertised.
say, just give a brief interview, a brief thing. Just say I'm the shaman, and I'm your what do you say? I'm your quantum astrologer and master shaman, Michelle Karen. You're watching Mana TV International. I just texted you. I just WhatsApped you.
Okay, like this. How do you call it? How do you call this TV? This
Mana TV.
Manatee. Did you write it to me? Just a second. Let me check.
In WhatsApp, I did. Yes.
I see it in writing. Oh, Mana TV International. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So. So I am Michelle Karen, a shaman and astrologer, and you are watching Mana TV International, the best TV.
Thank you so much. That's
good enough?
Yes. Thank you.
Is that enough?
Yes.
Or do you want me to do it again? I can
No.
do it again.
That's good enough. That's good enough.
Okay, good.
Thank you. All right. So I'm ending this session, and have some good food. Thank you. Go ahead. I know. I mean, I took your time. Thank you so much. Bye.
Okay, great. Thank you. Lots of love to you.
Thank you.
Bye.
So much.
Bye.
Bye.